Than just a supermarket at super quality. Want organic food, storage solutions, and toys for the kids? We've got that and so much more. Come to Super Quality Supermarkets located at Twin City, Shagonas, and Vancouver. For more details, call 223-9715.
श्री गणेशाय नमः। ॐ श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। ॐ पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्ब त्वामनुसन्दधामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणीम्। नमोऽस्तुते व्यासविशालबुद्धे फुल्लारविन्दायतपत्रनेत्र येन त्वया भारततैलपूर्णः प्रज्वालितो ज्ञानमयप्रदीपः प्रपन्नपारिजाताय स्तोत्रवेत्रैकपाणये ज्ञानमुद्राय कृष्णाय गीतामृतदुहे नमः। सर्वोपनिषदो गावो दोग्धा गोपालनन्दनः पार्थो वत्ससुधीर्भोक्ता दुग्धं गीतामृतं महत्। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं। कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं। हरि ओम। We will begin by chanting the name of Bhagavan, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Everyone please do join in. I will chant and everyone please repeat. Okay? Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam
Okay, Hari Om everybody. Can you all hear me okay? Yes? Okay. We are studying Bhagavad Gita chapter 6. As Panditji had mentioned, we've been seeing verses of Bhagavad Gita every night at different mandirs since the middle of January. And we have now reached chapter 6. Chapter 6 is the chapter on meditation. And the meditation that is there in the Bhagavad Gita is different from the meditation that we find out in the world. If someone goes for a meditation class outside, which I'm sure everyone has heard of or heard of people doing in some way or form, what that does is when the person comes back, they get maybe a couple of hours of peace of mind. You know, they feel less stressed, they feel more relaxed. That is what the meditation does to help them. How long does that last? Well, it depends. It could last a couple of hours if you're lucky. But if your family catches on to the fact that when you go for your meditation class and you come home, you're relaxed, you're happy, you're peaceful, well, that is the time they have their wish list ready. You know, because they know mom or dad is not going to get angry with me if I ask them this question now. So you have come back and you're now finally relaxed after a long week of not being relaxed. And they've made a line of who gets to ask mom first what they want. They fight with each other also, you know. No, let me ask first, because by the time she reaches me, she'll be frustrated again. So, really speaking, what we do in the world when we try to go for meditation is we try to get a little bit of stress management, a little bit of peace that will last us a little while to keep us going again. But the meditation of Bhagavad Gita is completely different. First of all, it's free. There's no charge. That is a big difference. And the other thing is that after this meditation is done well, you do not go back to the problems that you came with. The last verse we saw last night, Bhagavan Sri Krishna said, Atma Vishuddhaye. We do meditation for purity of mind. Purity of mind means all of the agitations and the frustrations and the thoughts that bother my mind and the thoughts that disturb me, they all go away. But not only that, in the final stages of meditation, even the thought that is making me feel I am limited, the thought that makes me feel I am unhappy, the thought that makes me feel I am different and separate from everyone in this universe, every single possible thought that could obstruct the fact that I am happiness, it goes away in meditation. And all that is left is the happiness that I am at the end of it. This is the great goal that is gotten by the meditation that is talked about in Bhagavad Gita. Now, for this great goal, a lot of preparation is required. So you will see in the verses in this chapter, a lot of time is spent in preparation for meditation. And the interesting thing is, sometimes it feels so long that you wonder, is this meditation ever going to start, or is Bhagavan only ever going to talk preparation? But preparation we're used to that in life, isn't it? When you have to prepare food and you have to eat, how much time does it take to eat a plate of food? I mean, if you're a slow eater, maybe 15 minutes. If you're a normal eater, maybe 10. If you're a fast eater, maybe 2. Depending, how fast or slow you eat. But say within 15 minutes, your food is finished. True or false? How long did it take to prepare that food? Well, it depends on what was cooked. Some things, they could be cooking all day. Like if you have to peel, what is it called? Katahar. Man, you'd rather not eat it. Sometimes it takes so long to peel that thing. So you're there and you're cooking, you're preparing all day. You have to go, you have to get it, you have to prepare it, you have to clean it, you have to cook it. Then you have to wash the dishes, then the gas will finish in the middle, then you have to get a next gas and change it. And on and on and all of these things, and then in 5 minutes you're done eating. So preparation takes so much time. And the result is enjoyed very quickly. In the exact same way, there's a lot of preparation that we do for meditation, but once that preparation is done well, it very quickly happens. So the whole effort is in preparation. Now there's 2 types of preparation. The first type of preparation is what is done actually when you sit to meditate. Bhagavan was saying, you make sure the place is clean and you have a seat that is not too hard, not too soft. You don't sit too high, you don't sit too low. He gives a whole list of things that you do just when you're going to sit for meditation. But in the preparation, there is also a long list of things that have to be done before we sit for meditation. Like the whole day. And for days and days and days before we meditate. Right? How come, wouldn't it be just nice if I could sit in meditation and not worry about preparing for it all day? I have 15 minutes free, 5 minutes I'll prepare and 10 minutes I'll meditate and I'm set. It doesn't work like that. Because, and this is why it doesn't work, it is the same mind that we use throughout the whole day that we're going to take when we sit in meditation. The same mind. Now, like when they're playing cricket, in like test matches, they'll have every 70 or 80 overs or something, they'll change the ball, right? Or if it's a T20, then every 20 overs you'll get a new ball. So you just put a new ball and you move on. Or when you come back from work and you have to go to the kitchen, well, you just take out your work clothes and you put on some kitchen dress that could get stained, and you go to the kitchen and you cook, and when you're done, you put back your nice clothes and you're good to go. If only the mind was like that, I have one mind that will go and get angry and frustrated and do all these things in the world, and then I'll come home, and then I'll switch that mind out, and I'll put my meditation mind in, and I will sit calmly for meditation. But it doesn't work like that, because it is the same mind that we use in the world that we use to meditate also. And therefore, when that mind gets frustrated and angry and irritated or super excited or whatever it is when it is out there in the world, it is very hard now to bring that mind to sit and meditate as we're being asked to do. Right? Because anything heavy, any heavy emotion that will impact our mind will impact our meditation, whether it is positive or negative. So now just imagine this, right? If I am told something has happened and I have to wear this white sari all day, and I have to wear the same sari and come to satsang, right? So I have to go to the kitchen and wash the dishes and cook the food, and I have to take care of the house and all of that with this sari, and then I have to bathe and iron it and wear the same sari and come to satsang. You tell me, will my interaction in the kitchen be different than if I was wearing my house clothes? Well, of course. I mean, if I see somebody standing there and washing the dishes, and they're washing it in such a way that the dirty water and soap is flying everywhere. You know how some people, they wash dishes like they're washing the whole kitchen? So someone is washing dishes there like that, I'm not going to go near that person at that time. Or if someone is just about to put dye in the oil, by the fire, well, I'm not taking this sari and going there. No way. Right? Now say I have to be the one who has to cook. Well, I will find an apron. And if I don't have an apron, I will find some cloth that I can use as a bib or something, so that when that thing sprays, which it will not come on my sari. Because I know how hard it is to take out oil and yellow stains from a white sari. True or false? Okay. It is easier to prevent it than to clean it. Now you take this to our mind. That same mind that I'm using in meditation, I'm going to take it and go out in the world now. If I know that when I sit in meditation, I want my mind to be calm, my mind to be attentive, my mind to be peaceful, why will I go and interact in the world in such a way to make it frustrated and angry and irritated and all of these things the way I do, for me to now come and use that mind to try to remove those things before I try to meditate? That thing feels counterproductive, right? So Bhagavan is saying, well, you prepare the mind for meditation by living your whole day in such a way that when you sit for meditation, your mind is not going to cause trouble for you. This is why all the preparation for meditation is so important. So we will see different types of preparation that will be coming in the verses today. Some are immediately when we sit for meditation, and some are things we have to do all day. Right? So let us chant we're now going to pick back from verse 13 in chapter 6. So we'll chant 13 and 14 together. Again, I will chant Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, and then you will repeat, and I'll chant the verse, and you will chant Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Okay? And I want to hear everybody. The last time I couldn't hear. I don't know if you have superpowers to chant silently under your breath and all of that, but it will be nice if we all chant together. That's the nice thing when we come together, we get to chant together also. Okay. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Mama, Shri Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Samprekshya nasikagram svam dishashchanavalokayan.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Manasam yam yam matchittaha yukta asita matparaha.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Samam Kaya Shiro Grivam. Bhagavan Shri Krishna says we have to keep our body, our head, and our neck in a straight line. Means our spine, our neck, and our head should all be in a straight line. The way we sit, it's like I was trying to learn some Guyanese. Like we back nagya bone. That correct? Like this. When we sit for meditation, we're supposed to sit such that, well, you know when you say your spine, your head, and your neck have to be in a straight line? Well, some teenager might come and say, well, I could lie down and meditate. It's in a straight line at that time. No, Bhagavan is talking about straight like a right angle. Not any wrong angle. Means obtuse or acute angle. Straight, right angle is how we're supposed to sit. So whether we sit, if you're able to sit on the floor with your legs crossed, then you have a firm base and you can keep your back nice and straight. But if you can't, then you sit on a chair and you keep your back straight. But the straightness of the back allows us to forget that our body is giving us any issues actually, right? And it is what allows us to breathe properly in meditation as well. So that's the first thing. When you sit in meditation, you sit straight. Then, dharayan nachalam sthiraha. Then you hold this body now in this position firmly and with no movement. That means when we sit for meditation, for at minimum 20 minutes, our body is not supposed to move even a micrometer, like at all. We're not supposed to move our hand a little bit. We're not supposed to move our eyeballs. We're not supposed to move anything for the time that we are meditating. And it doesn't mean we have to have you watched children pretend that they're sleeping? When I was growing up, I used to have a real hard time falling asleep. And I think my parents knew that. So they would come to check on me to make sure I was sleeping. And as I would hear their footsteps, because we had bedtime, 7:38 when you're very little, you go to bed. Then after I don't know how long, I would hear footsteps. I knew they were coming. So then I would close my eyes really tight and be like this and wait, for them to come. And I thought, okay, they're going to think I'm sleeping. It is only after some years when I saw another child doing that I realized, oh, they knew I wasn't sleeping. But you don't hold yourself tight like that so your arm muscles are locked and all of that. In meditation, we're supposed to be relaxed, right? Okay. Then, the point is, any movement that happens is going to bring us back to body consciousness. But we're trying to forget that this body is there. We're trying to focus on our mind when we're meditating. So that's the instruction. Then, samprekshya nasikagram swam. Then we're supposed to look at our own nose. Have you seen your own nose before? You try to look at your nose. Bhagavan Adi Shankaracharya, who's commenting, he explains, no, you look at your nose as though. Meaning, you know how little children, when you get them from playing and they finally come, you can't let them just come and sit here and do nothing. You have to give them something to do. So the mind also, when you collect it, you have to give it something to do. So you tell the mind, okay, you focus on the tip of your nose, as though. If you actually try to focus on the tip of your nose, your eyes will hurt, right? So it's like the center, you try to bring your attention to your center. That is the point. If you focus on your nose, you will not be meditating. You will be thinking of nose. And that's not the point. So, Bhagavan also says, swam, my own nose. I'm not supposed to be studying somebody else's nose in my meditation. He actually says that. He's really funny, Your own nose. Then, dishascha anavalokayan. And we're not supposed to look in any direction. Means our eyes are supposed to be closed and all of our senses are supposed to be withdrawn. We talked about that last week. Our Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda, he says basically all of this is you close your eyes softly and you sit straight. Right? And then how do you know if you're doing this correctly? You know you are doing this correctly if you forget about your body. That is the test of if I'm sitting properly. Yesterday I gave the example, how do you know if your shoes are right for you? Well, if you wear them and you don't feel them anymore, then they're right. Because if they're too tight, you'll feel them. And if they're too loose, you will feel them also. But when they're just right, you forget you're wearing them. So in the same way, if we follow these instructions well, then we will forget that we're sitting. So we can focus on something else. Now, all of these things that Bhagavan is describing, they're really not a prescription. Today I didn't focus on the tip of my nose, They're a suggestion to help us. The whole thing is sit so that your mind can be the thing that we're focused on. Now Bhagavan talks about inner adjustments and preparations. Number 1, Prashant Atma. Prashant Atma is when one whose mind is calm and peaceful. Actually, it is only when our mind is calm and peaceful that we can meditate, So there's a right time, there's a right place, there's a right seat, there's a right posture, there's a right way to breathe. All of that is there. But still, you'll do all of that and then you'll sit. And as soon as you sit and you close your eyes, your mind will say, oh God, yesterday I was supposed to send an email to that person and I forgot. How am I going to remember after meditation? Then you say, okay, I'm going to try to remember. Then after 10 seconds again, oh my God, I didn't respond to that text. Then after 20 seconds, oh my God, I don't remember if I bought the tomatoes for lunch. And on and on. Is this an experience that you've all had before? In some way, shape or form? You sit, as soon as the mind has nothing to do, it brings up all kinds of thoughts. So here's a tip. I call it a brain dump. You take up, this is a challenge now, right? Before you meditate. You take a paper and you take a pen. And you set a timer for like 5 minutes. And you tell yourself, until this timer goes off, I am not allowed to stop writing all the thoughts that come in my mind. Every single thought that comes in your mind, you write it down. And if the thought stops, you force your mind to keep thinking. What happens is all the possible things that it could think in meditation, it thinks it before. Then you tell your mind, look, now you had your chance, you thought all these things, now you be quiet and you sit. Right? You had your chance, now after meditation you'll get your chance again. So for that 5 minutes, you let your mind just think whatever it wants and you write it all down. Now say after 5 minutes, your mind is still thinking 100 things. Then you put 2 more minutes and you keep going. Eventually your mind, how many thoughts will you have? Eventually your mind will become quiet. Okay, I can't think of anything else to do. When you feel like you have so many things to do in the day and you sit down and you start to make your list, eventually you're like, is there anything else we're missing? No, I think that's it for now. So eventually the mind will stop. That is when the mind will now finally allow you to become calm. Then vigata bhihi, a mind that is free from fear. Everybody has fear of some sort. We have worldly fears, like, I wonder what the implication of the new president of the United States and the rules and the laws that he's making is going to have, what the impact of that is going to be on my business here in Guyana. Worry or not, people worry about that. Then people worry also, so that's all worldly kinds of things people will worry about, right? Then people will worry about things in spirituality, I wonder if I go for all these 108 nights of Gita, or if I listen to all of them on Facebook, if I will stop wanting to go to work anymore. That's a scary thought now. Some people will say, I'm not ready to think of what will happen if there's more spirituality in my life. Or some people are afraid, if I sit for meditation, as soon as I sit, I saw there was like 3 big mosquitoes in the room. They're all going to come and start to bite me. Fears can be literally anything. They can be from the outside, they can be from the inside. There can be a fear of what will happen if I don't come out of this meditation. There could be a fear of, the unknown is always scary, right? Then fear of the future. So many fears could come. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is saying we have to put all of those fears aside when we sit for meditation. So now, those are hard things to do, isn't it? To make our mind calm, to not be afraid. But if we have done the karma yoga that he said properly, if we've practiced karma sannyasa, if we have the confidence that is required and we're ready to put the self-effort in, then it is possible to do. Now Bhagavan says, Brahmachari vrate stitaha, someone who is well established in the vow of brahmacharya. Means, brahmacharya, everyone knows what brahmacharya means. It's loosely translated as celibacy, right? Or brahmachari is loosely translated also as a student. Well, you might say, I am not a brahmachari. There's only one brahmachari in this mandir today. That is our brahmachari Dvijot, right? So only he should meditate. The rest of us can't. What this means is not an outer brahmacharya vow, but an inner one. And this is not easy also, because what we do at this time is we say, a brahmachari is one who only wants to revel in Brahman, means who only wants to revel in the self, who only wants to revel in the happiness that is inside. And to do this, when we sit in meditation, we have to sit in such a way that we feel, this is my only identity. The only person that I am right now is a person who wants to revel in the happiness that is inside. That means I am not a mother, I am not a father, I am not a child, I am not a worker, I am not a citizen, I am nobody, I am nothing except the fact that I am a brahmachari one who wants to revel in the happiness that is inside in this seat of meditation for these few moments. And if a thought comes, oh, I'm supposed to pack food for my children, you remind yourself, in meditation, who am I? I am a brahmachari. I am one who is only reveling in the happiness of the self, or seeking it. Now someone might say, well, that doesn't sound like me, I cannot imagine my life without my relationships. Well, it's not forever, first of all, right? And the second thing is, actually, if someone does this, it blesses the entire family. I'll show you how. There is a rule that you can only give what you have. If you come and you ask me for guava, well, I can't give you guava because I don't have any. I have to have it before I can give it. Now, what are you trying to give to your family? Happiness. Correct or wrong? At the end of the day, that is what everyone is trying to give to their family. Happiness. Can you give happiness if you don't have it? Well, if you know the secret of that, please come and tell me, and we will do something about that. But you cannot give something that you don't have. So, right now, you have enough happiness? Well, from the faces that I'm seeing, I don't think so. We don't have the amount of happiness that we want. How will we give it to somebody else? So in meditation, where we have the opportunity to find that, we're like, no, but I'm not ready to do what it takes to get that happiness that I want to give to other people. So it is not a bad thing to say, okay, I'm going to take the time for myself to meditate, because really speaking, what you do, it blesses everybody after that. It is not a selfish thing. You see? Okay. That. Now Bhagavan says, Mana samyamya means controlling the mind. Now there are so many different ways we're talking about controlling the mind. There are so many preparations that we will have to do all day. Then preparations we do just before meditation. Preparation when we sit for meditation, like japa. Japa is one of the fantastic ways in which we control the mind. But now here you are, in the moment, and your mind is not being controlled, and you're trying to meditate. What to do? It's too late to do the preparations of the day. It's too late to do japa. It's too late to do anything. Now I'm sitting in meditation and my mind is wandering and I need to control it. Our Swami Tejobayananda has given a most wonderful thing that we can do at this point. I think it's really wonderful. He says, at this point, the best thing to do is to invoke the grace of your Guru and to invoke the grace and blessings of Bhagavan. And you say to them in your mind, I want to meditate, I want to discover your true nature, I want to get this great goal, but this mind is coming in my way. So you please help me now, Bhagavan. You please help me, my dear Guru, to deal with this. Let me find the courage and strength to deal with this mind so that I can sit here and I can achieve my goal. We invoke grace when there's nothing else that we can do once we have sat to meditate. Right? Then, matchittaha. Now we finally controlled our mind in some way, shape or form. We've gotten grace. We're holding on now to this mind. If you don't give the mind something to do, it's going to just go away again. So Bhagavan says, with the mind fixed on me, Lord Krishna, means on the Lord. We fix our mind now, once we sit in meditation, on Bhagavan. That means we must have love for Bhagavan when we are doing meditation. Because the mind naturally goes to whatever it loves. You leave your mind and it will end up thinking about the thing that it loves the most. So when there's love for Bhagavan, the mind will happily, effortlessly go there. And Okay, say you don't like the word Bhagavan, then you put the word divinity. This whole chapter 7 to 12 coming up is going to talk about this. So for now, whatever the word Bhagavan or divinity means in your mind, you hold on to that meaning. And you try to put your mind on that Bhagavan, that divinity. Then he says, Yukta asita matparaha. Oh, there's one more word he says, matparaha. Matparaha means that person considers me as their supreme goal. You know, you can have love for someone, but you need not value and respect them. Have you seen? Yeah, you must have someone in your life that you love but you don't respect. I'm seeing some smiles, so I think that I'm telling a true thing. We all have people in our life that we love but we don't necessarily respect certain things that they do. Then there will also be people in our life that we value and we respect, but we may not necessarily love them. So many people, I respect teachers and I respect all kinds of people. I don't love them. So, Bhagavan is saying we should have love for him and we should have such respect and value that he is the greatest thing in our mind. So there's both love and respect. When both of these are there, then the mind can be fixed effortlessly. So these two things, matchittaha, matparaha, consider Bhagavan as the greatest and have great love for him, that will help our mind to stay there. Yukta asita. This is how that integrated yogi who has brought his whole personality together should sit in meditation. Okay. Now, like this, what should he do? Let us chant and then we will continue to see.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Yunjannevam sadatmanam yogi niyatamanasah.
Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shantim nirvana paramam matsamsthamadhigacchati.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama.
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. Yunjan evam sadatmanam. Like this, absorbing or concentrating the mind on the self, inside. Sada, constantly. Means consistently, means regularly. Yesterday we were talking about how if you want the results of exercise, you have to do it every day, not once every 2 months, right? Consistently and regularly. Our problem, and it has to be done for a long time, huh? Our problem is, well, we live in a world of instant gratification. We live in a fast food world right now. So we want spirituality to also be like fast food. I press a button and I get the result right away. And if it doesn't work in one day, well, it doesn't work. You know, we have like zero patience nowadays. If your phone freezes for 2 seconds, your child will say, Dad, I think you need a new phone. Mom, I think you need a new phone. 2 seconds. Hell, back in the day, I'm saying back in the day like it was a long time ago, but just some years ago, it took like 1 or 2 minutes for something to open. And now if it doesn't open in 2 seconds, we're like, no, something is wrong with it. Please take it away and get something new. We've come to a state where we want everything to happen so quickly that like it happened yesterday. Before I think it's happened already. You know? Before, I mean in North America, in America, Amazon used to deliver in 2 days. Then people were like, no, I can't wait 2 days. So then Amazon started to you can pay now and then Amazon will deliver in 1 day. Then people were like, no, 1 day is also too long. So then what happened? Amazon said, well, okay, you pay a little bit more and I'll bring it tonight. Then you're like, no, I want it right now. Well, Amazon's trying to figure out how to do that. Right? But you could literally order something and get it in 2 hours in some parts of the world. How? You can't even go to this. Forget that. Just now we were in India, in Bharat. They have an app called Blinkit. If you order something on Blinkit, it will reach you in 8 minutes or less. My nephew woke up in the morning and didn't have toothpaste in his bathroom. And he didn't feel like go and find it in the storage room. So he took his phone and he ordered toothpaste on Blinkit. And in 6 minutes he was brushing his teeth. True story. This is what our world has come to. So now you take that kind of mind which is looking for that kind of pace and you put it to meditate. And this mind which has not sat quiet for years and years and years and lifetimes and lifetimes and lifetimes, all going outside everywhere, and all of a sudden you wanted to sit and be able to perfectly meditate? Bhagavan says, hello, you have to sit down and you have to do it for a long time before it's going to work. It's going to come again, but we have to be ready to do this over a long period of time. Then, he says, where did it go? This yogi, niyata manasaha, with a mind that is totally controlled, meaning that has no distractions anymore. Shantim nirvana paramam mat samstham adhigacchati. We're always asking, well, what am I going to get after all this effort? Bhagavan says he's going to reach that state, that supreme shanti, supreme peace, which is my own nature, which is called nirvana or moksha. That is what he's going to reach. And that is not a peace that is induced by anything. Right now, the peace that we get, we say, well, if my son or daughter passes CXC, well, I will be peaceful then. If they get into a good university, well, I will be peaceful then. Our peace is dependent on other people doing certain things right now. Well, this peace is different because it is not dependent on anybody else except for finding it inside. Now, suddenly Bhagavan went from how to sit and control your mind to you reach that state. And you're like, Bhagavan, but I'm not able to control my mind perfectly. How do I reach there? How did you reach there? Did I miss something? Did we skip a verse? Like, what's going on? And so now what happens is Bhagavan backs up a little bit. And he talks about adjustments that have to be made outside of the seat of meditation. So when we come, we can actually do these things. Now, if you came here to listen to satsang, to think about things, to tell other people about how to make their life better, then you are going to love these 2 verses. In fact, you're going to wish those people were here. But if you're listening to satsang for yourself, you're going to wish you didn't come. Maybe. Means Bhagavan is going to say certain things about our lifestyle that some of us may not want to hear, but it is the thing that is going to change our life. So let us chant now verses 16 and 17. Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
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 Natyashnatastu yogosti Nachaikantamanashnataha
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Nachati swapnashilasya Jagrato naiva charjuna
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Yuktahara viharasya Yuktacheshtasya karmasu
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Yukta swapnavabodhasya Yogo bhavati dukkaha
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama, Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama,
Who cannot meditate? Or what makes meditation hard? Has anyone here... Okay, let me back up. Who over here thinks meditation is hard? Raise your hand. There's only two options, huh? So maybe I should tell you both, then you can choose. Who thinks meditation is easy? Raise your hand. Who thinks meditation is hard? Raise your hand. It's so hard you can't even raise your hand? What's going on? Okay, well, when you hear this list, you can decide, right? Bhagavan says what makes meditation hard. Na yogaha asti. Meditation is not possible, or it is difficult for a person who does these things. What are they? Number one, ati ashnataha. Someone who eats too much. Meditation is not possible for someone who eats too much. Means eats more than that what is required. You know the test to find out if you've eaten too much? After you've eaten, if you say, man, I'm feeling sleepy, that is how you know you have eaten too much. Because what happens is, well, two things happen. One is, you know the food that we ate, actually it came from the ground, from the earth, right? So now you've put that food in your body, and that food is like, well, I want to go back to the ground. So it pulls you down. Actually, what happens when we eat too much, all the energy of our body goes into digesting that food. Right? Now, you'll hear people also who have to drive a long distance, and then you'll tell them, eat a little bit more before you go, and they're like, no, I'm driving, I have to be alert. Because if you eat too much, you get tired. Then, before a long time, people used to sit on the floor and eat. So your stomach is kind of held in a certain way where there's no space to eat more if you're sitting on the floor. But nowadays, we sit on the couch. There's plenty space in the stomach, more space for us to eat, right? When you have to stop eating is when you think in your mind, I could eat some more, That is when you know it is time to stop. One man, he didn't know this. So he went to satsang. And he ate so much food that he couldn't breathe. He was so full. He needed some help to get some relief, so he went by the doctor. There was a doctor right around, right? And he said, I ate too much. And so the doctor said, okay, and he made a concoction of something. The glass that they give sweet rice in? Like those kind of little, like that. He gave him a concoction in one of those little cups. And that man looked at him and he said, Doctor, if there was this much space in my body, you think I wouldn't have finished eating the sweet rice? Means he ate so much he didn't have enough space to drink this much remaining. Well, how will someone like that meditate? Not possible, Bhagavan says. Right? And you see, in today's day and age, our mind is so preoccupied with food. Correct or wrong? Whole day everybody is thinking of food. And the proof of this is that the food industry has grown so much compared to before. Because everyone is always thinking about food. Man, when you have youngsters come for a camp, a spiritual camp, and at the end of the camp we give them a feedback form, to comment on how it was. The organizers put in so much effort to organize activities, and there's satsang, and there's all kinds of things, and majority of the feedback is on the food. What did they come for? And what did they give feedback on? Majority of feedback is on the food. Right? So what happens when we eat too much is, first there's the discomfort of hunger. When you're hungry, right? Then you go and eat. And instead of the discomfort going away, it is now replaced with the discomfort of overeating. That is the life we live a lot of the time. So Bhagavan says someone who eats too much, it is very hard for them to meditate. Or nacha ekantam anashnataha. Or for somebody who doesn't eat enough. There's people on the other extreme. Because they don't have energy to do anything. Then they get hunger pangs. And then they get hangry. You heard? People get hangry. Because when you don't eat, it agitates your mind also. So then when you sit for meditation and you haven't eaten in like 2 days, I don't know about you guys, when you close your eyes, do you see like little specks? Sometimes like little dots. Well, those specks of light will start to look like cassava balls in your eyes if you haven't eaten. Instead of meditating and trying to control your mind is watching cassava balls go by. Right? Actually, for someone who doesn't eat properly, it leads to all kinds of health problems later on also. When you're young, you feel invincible. Sometimes you don't eat for 2 days and 3 days, and you're like, yeah, nothing will happen. It will happen in 10 years, right? So Bhagavan says, someone who doesn't eat enough, they also cannot meditate easily. Then, nacha ati swapna shilasya. Somebody who sleeps too much cannot meditate. Well, I see people watching other people. If my mom was here, she would be watching me. Because when I was growing up, my nickname was Kumbhakaran. You know who's Kumbhakaran? Kumbhakaran is Ravana's brother, but that's not why. I hope that's not why. I was called Kumbhakaran because I used to love to sleep. Right? But Bhagavan is saying someone who sleeps too much, they cannot meditate. Because a lazy body leads to a lazy mind. Right? One man went to work and he said, "Boss, sorry I'm late. I slept extra. And his boss said, what? You sleep at home too? Means whole day he's sleeping at work. And he said, no, boss, what are you talking about? Of course, I wake up as soon as the sun comes in my window. The boss said, really? You wake up so early? Wait, let me call your wife and check. So he made the man call his wife and he speaks to her. And he said, look, your husband is saying that he wakes up as soon as the sun comes in his window. Is that true? She said, yes, it is very true. But his window is facing the west. Some people just like to sleep, you know? And then there are others who like to wake. So Bhagavan says, Jagrato na eva. Neither someone who is awake too long. You go mad actually if you don't sleep enough, you know? Even in nature, the trees and the plants go to sleep. I don't know now, but a long time ago, you would hear grandparents telling you, don't pick that tulsi now, the plant is sleeping. Don't pick the flower now, the plant is resting. It is a true thing. Even nature takes a rest when the sun goes down. We're supposed to follow the sun. The sun is the source of energy. When the sun has gone down, we're supposed to take rest. Right? And when we are tired, we must learn to take rest. Nobody is going to give you rest. You have to take it for yourself. So Bhagavan says, for someone who doesn't sleep enough, who's awake too long, meditation is hard. Because the body is going to take the sleep that it needs. So as soon as you sit in meditation, well, you will think you're meditating, but actually, you're fast asleep. And you won't know, but everyone else will know because you're snoring nicely in meditation. Right? Oh Arjuna, someone who lives like this, it is not easy for them to meditate. So then, what is the solution? In the next verse, one word comes over and over and over again. And that word is yukta. Yukta means moderate, balanced. That is actually the solution. Yogo bhavati dukkha. This meditation becomes a destroyer of sorrow or a giver of peace to a person who is yukta, who is moderate in a whole list of things that he gives, right? Moderation means like this. Look, we have a dolak here. If you tie the strings of the dolak too tight, what will happen? Huh? And you keep tightening, what will happen? It will break, isn't it? You tighten an instrument too much, it will break. And if you make it too loose, what will happen? Well, you wouldn't get sound. So that instrument has to be tuned to be not too loose, not too tight, it has to be just right. That balance is what Bhagavan is talking about when he uses the word yukta. So now he's saying we have to be moderate in everything, but he gives the top things that usually affect us in our life. So let us see. First one, what do you think? What do you think the first thing is going to be? Moderate in food. Aha, some people guessed it. Okay. What does moderation in food look like? It means our quantity and our frequency of food have to be regulated. Do you know in our tradition, food is considered medicine? Food is medicine is a phrase in our Shastra. Now, when you go to get medicine, who is allowed to give you the medicine? The doctor. It is prescribed to you. The doctor has to tell you how much to take, when to take, and what to take. It is the exact same thing with food. Can you go by the doctor and say, no doc, but I don't feel like taking this medicine. Give me this other one, nah? You will die if you take the wrong medicine. Or if you forgot to take your medicine for 1 week. Can you say, oh no, I forgot, I'm going to take all 7 days of medicine today. Or I won't have time to take my medicine later today, so let me take all of it now. You can't do that. Medicine is given and it's supposed to be given at the right time, in the right quantity and all. So now you apply this to food. What is the correct quantity of food we are supposed to eat? You all know? If you take your belly and imagine it to be a circle, how much food has to fill your belly for it to be considered the right amount of food? I see laughs, but I don't hear answers. Brace yourselves, huh? Half of our belly has to be filled with food. Quarter of our belly has to be filled with liquid. And quarter of our belly has to be left with air. You know when you're cooking and you've put all your vegetables in the pot, then you put water to make the curry? Well, if that pot is filled to the top, there's no way you can turn it. So in our belly also, if there's no space, that food cannot digest easily. So half food, quarter liquid, and quarter air. Now someone will say, well, I don't know what half belly full looks like for me. Anyone have that question? Okay, here's an experiment to figure out. This is a once in a lifetime experiment. Don't go and do it every day. One day when you're ready to try this experiment, you go and find a satsang where they have 7 or 8 or 10 curry. Okay? And you take the biggest 2 leaves you can find. And you go and you stand in the line. And you know when the auntie scoops the rice? Don't look at the rice. You look at her and you smile. You let her put whatever she wants in your big leaf. Then you go to the next auntie and you let them put whatever dal they want. Then you go to the next auntie and let them put whatever pumpkin they want. And like this you go on and on and on. And don't forget the sweet rice. And don't forget the clap roti. Now with everything, you go and you sit. And you take a picture of this puran leaf before you start to eat. You have to take a picture in this experiment. Now you eat. And you keep eating until you feel like your belly is going to burst. At that time you stop. And you take a picture of the food that is remaining. Then you do a little bit of mathematics. So you see picture 1 and you see picture 2. And you put a minus in between the 2. So the food that I started with minus the food that is remaining, that is my full belly. So then what is half belly? All that divided by 2. So the next time you want to know, what does my half belly look like? Well, you remember the amount of food that you had to eat at that time. Then if you still say, but you know, I still don't know. Well, then next time you go and you measure that amount of half belly and you eat it and you're like, oh, this is what it feels like. Then you remember that feeling for everything else that you eat. This is a jokey thing, but really if you want to try, you can try it. Like I said, one-time experiment, huh? Okay, so this is the instruction for quantity. Then we're supposed to eat sattvic food that is not going to agitate our mind. We'll see that more when we get to chapter 17. And frequency. There's a saying in our there's a phrase in our tradition. If you eat once, you are considered a yogi. If you eat twice, you are considered a bhogi. Bhogi is someone who likes to really enjoy and indulge. If you eat 3 times, you know what you're considered? Rogi. You know what rogi means? Someone who's sick. Actually, we're not supposed to go on eating all day. Eating all day is a new thing that has been introduced. Do you know when someone sits there with their books to study or with their project at work to do, and then they have their coffee, and then they have their granola bar or their parsad from last night or whatever it is. You know, they've set up their snack and their drink and everything. And then they sit to work and their brain is ready to work. They put that parsad in the mouth And that is like a message going to the brain saying, hey, stop work, start to digest this food. All brain power gone. Because we have two brains, the one up here and the one in our belly. So you can only do one thing at a time. You can either think or you can digest. Actually, that is, science is saying that also, right? We're not supposed to eat while we study and while we work and all of that kind of thing. So anyways, why will I do all of this? Because I want to meditate. Well, you have to really want to meditate to eat yukta, isn't it? Okay. Then he says, yukta viharasya. Someone who is in their physical movement, they're moderate. Means they don't go and do excessive exercise. Have you seen some people, they just whole day in the gym, whole day working out, whole day moving and running, and where will there be energy for meditation? Right? Then there's other people, they're the opposite. Well, they're couch potato. You've heard? I was thinking in Guyana they have to be called a hammock aloo. Isn't it? That's the word for couch potato in Guyana. Anyways, so moderate in our physical activity. Or the other meaning of this is whatever recreation we engage ourselves in, we should be moderate. Not whole day playing games on the phone, whole day playing video games, whole day playing all these. Moderation in all of our activity. Right? Then, yukta cheshtasya karmasu. Means we have to be regulated during every single activity of our life. You know, for every action, a certain amount of effort is required. For example, to pick up this thing, there's a certain amount of effort required. Correct? Now, I could pick this up so easily like that, or I could go and put all my energy into picking it up. Well, that's a waste of energy. If you have two cars, and one car to go from here to there, it takes like $200 of gas. And the other car to go from here to there, same place, it takes $500 of gas. Well, you will say the first one is more efficient, isn't it? The thing that can use the least amount of energy to do what it needs to do, you use that. So in the same way, when we are doing anything, it could be something as simple as opening a door. It could be the amount of... You know, one man walked into a restaurant. Sorry, he didn't walk into a restaurant. He stormed into a restaurant. And as he was going in, there was a downstairs door and there was an upstairs door. So he kicked open the downstairs door and he marched upstairs. And then he kicked open the upstairs door and he marched inside. And then he stormed to the front and he said, "Waiter, where is the washroom?" So the waiter said, "You know, if you go down this hall, first you'll pass the ladies' washroom. You'll see a sign, ladies. You keep going. Then you'll reach a next door. It says gentlemen. You ignore the gentle part and you kick it and you go." If you don't need to put so much energy to open the door, why will you put so much energy? Put the amount of energy that is required. That is yukta cheshtasya karmasu. It is not only for physical things, it is mental things as well. Sometimes you will receive a text message from somebody. That text message requires you to send a yes or no response. But you will sit there and you will think about it, and you will think about it, and you will draft a response, then you will delete it, then you will draft another response, then you will delete it, then you will draft another, and you're thinking, and you're thinking, and you're thinking. You're so much energy to respond to something. That same thing happens with emails, you know. Someone at work gets an email, and they could lose a whole day trying to respond to that email. But we have to know how much work to put in for the things that come our way, right? We shouldn't be workaholics and all of that. Okay. Or like right now, there's a mic in front of me. I could choose to pretend the mic is not there and I could shout for the whole satsang, and then what will happen? My voice will pain at the end. He will just turn the mic down, and I will be the one who suffers. Right? So, yukta cheshtasya karmasu. We should know how much energy we expend. Then, yukta swapna avabodhasya. Then we have to be moderate in our sleep and in our waking. Now, this means to sleep and wake up at the right time also. That means when it gets dark, it is time to sleep. I see a whole gang of people smiling over here because right? But science is actually showing how, and my doctor also was telling, there's a certain window between like 10 p.m. and 12 a.m. where if you don't sleep, certain functions of the body don't happen and certain toxins don't get removed from your body. If you don't sleep between 10 p.m. and midnight, in that window you have to be asleep. How many people are asleep at that time nowadays? Well, I'm not talking to the aunties and the uncles. I'm talking to the next generation. Right? Yeah, because of this wonderful thing called electricity, there is no such thing as time to wind down. So nobody sleeps. Or if they sleep late, and then they wake late, and then the whole thing is mashed up. I don't know if you all had this phrase here. Early to bed makes you... I heard healthy, happy, and wise. That's the one I heard growing up, right? Okay. So, really speaking, that is the secret. And you know, the test of this is who had mastered... See, yogo bhavati dukkha. Whose life was more peaceful? Our grandparents who followed this kind of moderate living, or us with all the wonderful things that we have in today's day and age? Whose life was more peaceful? Well, the people who lived just 30, 40 years ago, who followed these simple things of moderate eating, moderate sleeping, moderate activity, they had more peace than we could get all of us put together. Just by following simple, basic things. So Bhagavan is not telling us some dramatic thing to do. He's telling us to just go back to the way our grandparents lived, really. Isn't it? So, simple things are the things that make the biggest difference when we sit in meditation. Yukta, being yukta, and one who has mastered this will master their mind. And one who has mastered their mind will master their life. So really, if we want to master our life, the whole thing boils down to what I'm eating, when I'm eating it, when I'm sleeping, when I'm waking, how much work I'm doing, how much video games I'm playing, how much I'm scrolling on my phone, how much time I spend on WhatsApp. All of those things will determine how successful I am in life. How simple. And then people ask, but Gita is not practical. This is not practical? How much more practical can you get than this, really speaking? Right? So these are some wonderful verses in Bhagavad Gita that teach us how to prepare our mind so that when we sit in meditation, effortlessly our mind is controlled. Why? So that we can be... The result of meditation is happiness and peace. That is why we are doing all of this. Now, I was supposed to do one more verse, but my time is finished, so it has to wait for tomorrow. But at least we did these ones properly, so yeah. I'll pause now. I'll share a couple of announcements, and then we will do Aarti and closing. Thank you very much to the Edward Mandir for having us here. Thank you to Auntie Dato and to Anandji and to all the members over here for organizing. We know how much work goes into hosting a satsang, and we know how much effort everyone would have had to do to come together. Thank you to our drummer and musicians and everyone. And it's been wonderful being here with all of you. Tomorrow, tonight is the last night in West Berbice. Right? We've been here for quite a few days. Tomorrow we will be in Farm, I don't know how to pronounce this, Herstelling. We will be in Farm Herstelling Vishnu Mandir, which is all the way on the east bank, not the farm here, the other farm. 7:15 to 8:45. If you can't come and you want to hear what else Bhagavan Sri Krishna has to say about meditation, then tune in on Facebook. We will go live as usual. But from Thursday, we will be back to your side. We will be in East Berbice for like almost 3 weeks from Thursday onwards. So if you want, just check where all will be and see if you can come. It will be wonderful to see your smiling faces again. Okay. The Chinmaya Mission ashram is in Monrepos. And on Saturday, 8th of March, we will be having a fundraiser. Swami Prakashanandaji will be making something called pizzoti. You'll know what pizzoti is? No, I'll tell you. Pizzoti is what you get when you take a pizza. You know what pizza is? Yeah. And a pepper roti. You all know what pepper roti is? Yeah? Pepper roti is a trini huge roti that they used to make and stuff with all the pepper that remains. So they take all the vegetables and all the pepper and they stuff into this super huge delicious roti and everyone gets a little piece. Well, Swamiji took the pepper roti and he joined it with a pizza. And then you get a pizzoti. Well, it's not like you could put a pizza on top of a pepper roti and get the taste. You have to taste the pizzoti itself. So please come to the ashram and enjoy pizzoti and support the ashram at the same time. It takes an hour and a half from here if there is no traffic. Or what you all could do is, everyone put your names in a hat and pull one name and that person has to go and bring for everybody. On Saturday, 3rd of May, we will be having the grand finale of this 108th night Bhagavad Gita Yajna at the Gandhi Youth Cricket Ground. Please see if you all can make a bus and come down. It will be so wonderful to celebrate this momentous occasion together. It will be 5 to 6:30 in the evening, so all market and all those things of the day will be done, so you can get in a bus and come down together. Then July 14th to August 1st in the summer, we will be having a 3-week Bhagavad Gita camp for children. So over here we're going through the verses and we're talking to adults and we're thinking through these things. But the same knowledge of Bhagavad Gita is presented for children in a fun way with games and activities and stories, and they get to hang out together and eat fun food and all of that. So if there is enough interest, we could organize a bus to bring children from West Berbice to the ashram every day for the camp and bring them back also. Right? You just let us know, speak to each other and see if there's interest, and we will make it happen because we want them to enjoy, and we'll get some sponsorships to make that bus happen and everything. Okay, now Chinmaya Mission offers a 2-year Vedanta course. This Vedanta course is an opportunity for people who are unmarried, who are under 30, and who have a degree and who want to study this Sanatana Dharma systematically and in detail and properly in the original Sanskrit that it was given. They have an opportunity to do so in this 2-year course that is offered. This year, we're very lucky, it will be offered here itself in Trinidad, just around the corner. And it starts October 2nd, and Swami Prakashananda will be taking that course. It is the most transformational 2 years you could ever have in your life. So if you know anybody who may be interested in studying this kind of thing for themselves, or to come and serve society in this way, to share our Sanatana Dharma, to help other people with our knowledge, please do let them know that this is happening so that they can benefit from it. There are so many people who want this knowledge, but they don't know it's available, So if you know anyone who has that bent or inclination, let them know. And if you're over 30, or you don't, or you're married, or you don't have a degree or whatever, if you don't meet the qualifications, or you don't want to give up 2 years of your life to go and study this systematically, and you still want to do everything you're doing, and no problem, you can still study. Chinmay Mission offers classes for all ages. We'll be having classes here in Guyana in person and online. You can check our Facebook page for the information. You can speak to us, and we'll be happy to tell you all the things that are going on. We will be starting classes for as young as 1.5-year-olds. What do you teach a 1.5-year-old? Actually, that is the age where they are like sponges. So they come with their parents, and we have a little class for them, and it is such a wonderful transformational experience you wouldn't believe. Like that, for every age, there's a special class that happens, and like that, we teach all the different scriptures, Sanskrit, Hindi, everything. So please see if this is of your interest, and join whatever you would like. I think that is it. We'll do Aarti, and then I will pass back to Panditji. Oh, yes. When you go downstairs, before you eat, please stop by the bookstore. The bookstore has publications of every kind, for every type of interest and every age. I have not found someone who has gone to the bookstore and not found something that is of interest to them. This bookstore, the books are published, they're written by sevaks and swamis and brahmacharis of Chinmaya Mission, so the authors don't get money. The books are published with the help of sponsorships. Then they are shipped across the world to whoever wants, and we order them and we get them here, and then we sell them over here. Really, the books are being sold almost at cost, and the whole purpose is to make this knowledge available to anybody who would like to avail of it. So I'll give you examples. Some books are so tiny, you can read them, and by the time you reach home, instead of scrolling your phone tonight, you could finish this before you sleep. Sri Krishna Charita. Why serve? Little books like that are there. Then there's books for children with lots of pictures and descriptions, and they can stare at the pictures while you read to them. Then there's this book called Lulu, the Elements, and Me. I think this is a super book. It describes how children can connect with the 5 elements, how to be more connected with nature, different practices that they can do and you can do with them. And then, of course, the most amazing commentary on Bhagavad Gita by Swami Chinmayananda is also available there in the bookstore, along with many, many more books. So please do take a look and see what you like, and you can give gifts to other people also. If you go and you give them, first of all, to buy something for them, you have to go to the store and look for it and think if they'll like it or not, and then they'll play with it for 2 days, and then something else will come and they'll forget it. But books will stay with them almost forever, actually. Okay, let's stand for Aarti.
Jai Bhagavad Gita Maya Jai Bhagavad Gita Hariya Kamala Viharini Hariya Kamala Viharini Sundara Supuniti Om Jai Bhagavad Gita Karma Sumarma Prakashini Kama Sati Hara Maya Kama Sati
Mangalam Bhagavan Vishnu, Mangalam Garudadvajaha, Mangalam Pundarikaksham, Mangalayatano Harihi. Tvameva Mata cha Pita Tvameva, Tvameva Bandhuscha Sakha Tvameva, Tvameva Vidya Travinam Tvameva, Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva, Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. बोलिए वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय, श्री सत्य सनातन धर्म की जय, श्री सद्गुरुनाथ महाराज की जय। हर हर नमः पार्वती पतये, हर हर महादेव। हरि ओम तत्सत्।
We're more than just a supermarket at super quality. Want organic food, storage solutions, and toys for the kids? We've got that and so much more. Come to Super Quality Supermarkets, located at Twin City, Shigonas, and Vancouver. For more details, call 223-9715.
Om, lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness unto light. Lead us from death to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. Namaste, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be back with your group again this year. Um, Although we are restricted by the pandemic, but luckily, thanks to this technology, we are able to meet and do some Vedanta. And the subject also has been nicely chosen by Prabodhji in this short retreat. This is doable. We have a chapter with a few verses, only 8 verses. It's the shortest chapter in Panchadashi. So what I'll do is I'll talk for a short while, maybe 45 minutes to maximum 1 hour, and then we'll take questions. As we go along, you'll have questions. You can write it down in the chat or raise your hand, and then we'll take up the questions. So we have 2 sessions each day. Today 2 sessions and 2 tomorrow. The book, we are all well acquainted with this, Panchadashi. It's one of the classics of post-Shankara Vedanta, written by Vidyaranya Swami more than 600 years ago in the Vijayanagar kingdom. And for those who are interested in the study of classical Advaita Vedanta, this is an absolute must, the Panchadashi. It takes its name from the 15 chapters. So 15 chapters, which are divided into 3 groups of 5 each. So the first group is 5 chapters on what is called Viveka, on the analysis of discernment. And this chapter, the 5th one, is at the end of this first triad, the first third of the book. So it's the last chapter of the Viveka section, 5th chapter. What does it deal with? It deals with the essence of Vedanta. Mahavakya, we are acquainted with this term in Vedanta. Mahavakya gives us the essence of Vedanta in the short span, in the compass of 1 sentence. So we are acquainted with the different Mahavakyas in the in the Aitareya Upanishad, Rig Veda, Mahavakya, Prajnanam Brahma. And then from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad in the Yajur Veda, we have Aham Brahmasmi. From the Sama Veda and Chandogya Upanishad, we have Tattvamasi. And then finally, Atharva Veda, in the Mandukya Upanishad, Ayamatma Brahma. So all of these Mahavakyas, they express the essence of Advaita Vedanta. And they express the same thing. All of them mean the same thing. How does one define Mahavakya? Akhandartha Bodhakam Vakyam. So that sentence which expresses the undivided, homogeneous, infinite, Akhandartha Brahman, that is Mahavakya, or Jiva Brahma Aikya Bodhakam Vakyam, that which expresses the identity of the Jiva and Brahman. So that sentence is called a Mahavakya. Are there only 4 of them? No, there are actually many of them. In different Upanishads, you get these identity statements. It is just as a convention that we take one from each of the Vedas. So one from the Rig Veda, the Aitareya Mahavakya, one from the Yajur Veda, the Brihadaranyaka Mahavakya, one from the Sama Veda, Chandogya Mahavakya, which is the most well-known. Many people have heard of this Tattvamasi. In California, I knew this gentleman whose name was Tattvamasi. He had given himself the name Tattvamasi. So that thou art. And then in the Atharva Veda, the Mandukya Mahavakya, Ayamatma Brahma. What about the other statements in the Upanishads? If this is Mahavakya, then what about the other statements? The other statements are called Avantara Vakya, secondary. They describe the different terms in the Mahavakya. They describe the other ancillary things that we have to know in Vedanta to ultimately come up to this understanding of the Mahavakya. So those statements in the Upanishads, which do not talk directly about the identity of Jiva and Brahman, that you are Brahman, this is not directly mentioned. Those statements are called Avantara, or secondary sentences. And the whole point is that they all lead up to this Mahavakya. You see, taking a step back, what is Vedanta, and indeed what is Vedic studies? The whole thing traditionally is called Mimamsa. So Mimamsa means Pujita Vichara, a reverential inquiry into a text. Reverential inquiry into a text. There is a modern term, hermeneutics. So this is a kind of very ancient Indian hermeneutics. What happens is, when you have a text and you don't have the author and you want to know what does it mean, you must have some system of interpreting it, some way of finding out the meanings of the sentences. So the Vedas, authors, the rishis are not present in front of us. So these peculiar statements are there. What do they mean? And a whole system was set up for interpreting the Vedic sentences. One part of it obviously deals with rituals, yajna. So the question was, this particular sentence, which yajna does it refer to? How is it to be performed? What are the mantras to be chanted? And then later Shankaracharya comes and shows that not all of it deals with rituals. There are these texts called the Upanishads, which are found in the Vedas, which teach the highest final wisdom of the Vedas. So that's why it's called Vedanta. Vedanta not only in the sense of the end of the Vedas, but more in the sense of the highest teaching or the final teaching of the Vedas, the Siddhanta, the ultimate teachings of the Vedas. So what is the meaning of these Vedantic statements? Do they also refer to rituals? So Shankaracharya had to work hard to show the ritualistic school, the Purva Mimamsakas, that they do not. They constitute a new kind of text, a different kind of text, which talks about reality, what we are and what is the reality of this universe. So this kind of text, the Upanishads, the same techniques which were applied by the ritualists to find out the meanings of the Vedic sentences, the ritualistic portion, the same techniques were applied by Shankara and his disciples to extract the meaning of the Upanishads. So this also is Mimamsa. Mimamsa, the reverential inquiry. So now you have two kinds of Mimamsa based on the Vedas. One dealing with rituals, Karma Mimamsa. Karma means action, but specifically here, ritualistic action. So the whole Karma Kanda, which is the bulk of the Vedas. So you have an interpretation of the sentences found in the Karma Kanda, Purva Mimamsa, the earlier Mimamsa. And then the exercise to interpret the sentences found in the Upanishads, the later Mimamsa, which is the Uttara Mimamsa. So this Uttara Mimamsa is what we know as Vedanta. In fact, for a traditional Pandit, our philosophy and spirituality and meditation and all of that is all secondary. For a traditional Pandit, Vedanta is Uttara Mimamsa, a hermeneutic exercise in decoding the meaning of Vedantic sentences. Specifically, primarily, the Mahavakya. If we really want to know what Vedanta means, then we have to understand the Mahavakya. Remember, this is in the framework of Advaita Vedanta. It's an exercise carried out by Shankaracharya and his followers down to us. So Advaita Vedanta holds that the entire teaching of the Upanishads can be found in these Mahavakyas. As I said, there are many such Mahavakyas. Many sentences express the identity of Jiva and Brahman. Purely as a matter of convention, we take 4 of them. Tattvamasi is very well known. Aham Brahmasmi is also well known. Now this exercise is actually fairly a technical one. There's a lot involved there. I will not start with the technical part of it because then I'll scare away most people. So what I'll do is actually enter the chapter so that we have some sense of progress. We'll do a little bit, and maybe in the next session, in the afternoon session, I will step back and take a look at what is under the hood. So you're driving the car, which is very nice, but inside the car, a lot of machinery is working. What is the machinery working under a Mahavakya? That we will take a look in the maybe afternoon session. Vidyaranya Swami does not go into all that. He sort of takes it for granted. One reason is that it's covered in the first and second chapters. In the first chapter, in verses, I think verses 45 onwards, many of the technical details of analyzing a Mahavakya have been touched upon. and second chapter also in some places. So he sort of takes it for granted that we know the mechanism. That's why this chapter is surprisingly small, only 8 verses. So 4 Mahavakyas, one from each Veda. For each Mahavakya, he devotes 2 verses. So that's what we will see today. We'll take up one of the Mahavakyas one by one and analyze them. The whole chapter is pretty brief, pretty compact, and surprisingly so, because as we shall see in the afternoon, how much of technical analysis is there underneath this Mahavakya Viveka, an analysis into the nature of the Mahavakya. How much is going on there, we will see. He has avoided all of that in this chapter, just giving us the essence, the final result of all that analysis is just given it to us there. So in its own way, it's good. It's good to get the essence of it and leave the technical details aside for the time being. Is there anything else that I wanted to say before starting? All right, let's just dive into it. Once again, it would have been logical to give the technical background of it, how this is analyzed and how these results come. But then the risk of boring people, it's always there. That's why let me just go into the verses. We get a sense of progress, that we are making some progress. And then when you are ready, I'll spring the boring details upon you. I hope you've got the text. Prabodhji had forwarded the English text. I think Swami Krishnanandaji's translation and comments. But any text will do it, just the 5th chapter of the Panchadashi. Is there anything else that I wanted to say? No. Verse number 1. Yene kshate shrinotidam jigrati vyakaroti cha swadva swadu vijanati tat prajnanam mudiritam. So that by which a person sees and hears and smells and speaks and can distinguish between tasty, pleasant and unpleasant taste, sweet and bitter tastes, and so on. This is called prajnanam, consciousness. So this is referring to the Aitreya Upanishad Mahavakya from the Rig Veda. So it starts with the Rig Veda. In the Rig Veda, we find the Aitreya Upanishad. In that we find the Mahavakya. The Mahavakya is very short. Prajnanam Brahma. Okay, so there's one more thing I wanted to say, just by the way. When you say Mahavakya, Maha means great. So Mahavakya, don't make the mistake of thinking it's a very long sentence. Because in Sanskrit, you do have very long sentences. Mahavakyas are usually very short. And the ones we have selected, the 4 conventionally selected Mahavakyas, they're all very short. Prajnanam Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Ayam Atma Brahma. 2 words or 3 words, that's all. So Maha in what sense? Arthato Mahan. Great or profound in the sense of the meaning, not in the length of the words, or length of the sentence. So this is Prajnanam Brahma. What literally it means, consciousness is the ultimate reality. Consciousness is the infinite reality. Prajnanam Brahma. 2 verses, verses 1 and 2. In verse 1, it defines what is meant by prajnanam, consciousness. What does he say? Look at our daily experience, what we smell and taste. He says, ikshate, what we see, our experience of seeing. Shrinoti idam, what we hear, right here, the experiences which you are here right now. For example, you're hearing my voice. So shrinoti, this experience of hearing, not what you are hearing. I'm hearing your words, Swami. No, very experience, the first person experience of hearing, the first person experience of seeing, jigrati, smells, experience of smelling something. Then vyakaroti, speaks, experience of speech. Right now I'm having the experience of speaking. Swadu, aswadu vijanati, taste, pleasant and unpleasant tastes. And so 4 sense organs, he has left out one, touch. So it is to be included. We have to add it to make the 5 sense organs and our 5 sense experiences. And he has given one activity of the motor organs. Vyakaroti, speaks. By that, you must understand all the other experiences are included. He has just mentioned one, and then experiences are included. Rest of the experiences of using motor organs are included. Again, side note, how do I know all these things? Am I making it up? So there are multiple commentaries. One is this tiny little book. It's a traditional commentary by Ramakrishna, not Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, but a great Vedantic scholar who lived a few hundred years ago. So he wrote a commentary. So you can see, for example, there are the verses, and there are this commentary by Ramakrishna. But there are multiple commentaries down to our day in Hindi and in English and in Bengali and other different languages. So if you go through these, you will find the interpretations. So by Vyakaroti, by speaks, all the activities of all motor organs, walking and grasping something and so on, they are also included. The experiences of our sensory experiences, our experiences of acting, doing something, action through the motor organs, but also the experiences of thinking, of remembering, of desiring, of hating, of peace, of restlessness. These are all experiences. All of these experiences, what makes all of them possible? By what are we having these experiences, or what is having these experiences? This is a profound question. In Western thought, in modern thought, we are just now beginning to ask this question. It's the so-called hard problem of consciousness. David Chalmers, who is here in NYU, the Mind-Brain Consciousness Unit, he has formulated this term, the hard problem of consciousness. From time to time, thinkers have asked this question, but he has formulated it for our times. He calls it the hard problem of consciousness. See, there is a problem of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching. So there's a physiology involved. How do the eyes work? How do the nerves work, and the optic nerves work, and what happens in the brain? And then how is it all put together and we get vision, 3D vision. All of these things are there, color. So how do we see all that? Again, a separate problem of smell, of touch. How do we understand the physiology behind it? Even the psychology behind it. But that is not the question. David Chalmers says that is one kind of question. But another question is, why is it all this first-person experience? Why is it all this first-person experience? There is something common to all these experiences. Seeing is very different from hearing. Hearing is very different from speaking. And there are different mechanisms involved, different feelings. But one thing is common to all of them. They're all conscious experiences. You feel it directly. It has a shining quality to it. All of us are feeling it right now. Our entire lives are this direct first-person experience, a movie playing in our heads, as it were. That's David Chalmers' language. In contrast, there was a mathematician, Marvin Minsky. So I think he passed away a few years ago. So he was a materialist reductionist, and in one talk I heard him say, "Oh, there is no problem of consciousness. There's only a problem of seeing, of vision, of hearing, and things like that. And you don't understand them, and you put them in one basket and say there is something called consciousness behind it. No, there are only the separate types of problems, and that just solve them and the problem will be solved." Not at all. There's a deep mistake there. That's what David Chalmers points out. That apart from the physiology involved, the psychology involved, there's one thing common. This is revealed, shiningness, the direct first-person experience which all of us are having, without which the world would go dark for us, or we would not be aware of our own existence, let alone the existence of anything else. Today, the problem becomes even more clear with the advent of these smart machines, AI and robots and all. So there are machines now which can do all of this. They can, they have sensors. They can see and hear and smell and touch. Often when I talk about something, I suddenly see in the phone, Google Assistant is starting to, I did not understand that, to say that again. So it's listening and trying to help, trying to find out, doing a Google search by itself. Not needed, but that means there are machines around us which are listening to us, which can see us, which can actually react. Autonomous machines are there. And yet, none of them are conscious. None of them have the internal conscious life that you or I do. You say, how do we know? How do you know that? I know that because the inventors of these machines, most ambitious Google engineer or MIT engineer also will not claim that I have invented consciousness. There is no sign of that. So my point is, you can have all this seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, all of these activities, walking, talking also, machines are doing that without consciousness. And that can go on. And in today's world, that's very clear. Why are we having direct experiences connected to these activities? It is a subtle point I'm making. Vedanta is not interested in your seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, in the contents of our experiences. But Vedanta is very much interested in the fact that we are having experiences at all. So this one common thing, common to all our experiences and most essential to our lives, this consciousness. Let me give another simple example. Here, I have so many electrical gadgets. There's a light here and a laptop here, phone there, a fan there. Now, when they were in the shop or in the box, light was not shining, laptop was not working, fan was not going round and round, phone was not ringing. Now I can ask, what got into them? The light, the laptop, the phone, the fan. Now the light is shining, laptop is doing its own thing, the phone is doing something different, fan is doing something. They're all active now. But there is one common thing. See, the devices are different. The devices are different. Their functioning is different. One shines, one goes round and round and gives air. Another one allows me to communicate with you. But there is one common thing running in and through all of them which pervades them and activates them, which is not directly connected with shining, going round and round or communicating. That is called electricity. We know that. That it once that goes through all these devices, powers them, then each of the devices does what it is designed for. And what they are designed for, the devices are different, their functions are different. But this one thing enlivens all of them, activates all of them. That's an example, not a bad example. What is the one thing behind, he's asking, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, talking? You have to say, what is the one thing behind the phenomenological experience of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, talking? It is basically hard problem of consciousness asked by Vidyaranya 700 years ago. And before that, Kenopanishad, 5,000 years ago, approximately. Kene shitam patati preshitam mana, kena prana prathama prayeti yukta, kene shitam vacham imam vadanti, chakshu shrotram kaudeva yunakti. So what is that which illumines the mind and makes the mind think, gives us the experience of thinking? What is that which enables me to speak? Exactly the same thing which Vidyaranya is asking, Vyakaroti. That which makes the ears function and the eyes function and the nose function and so on. So that the answer to that is consciousness. Here, what consciousness is meant by prajnanam, two things are meant. Prajnanam, consciousness, two things are meant. One is the direct awareness connected with, how does it feel to see something? How does it feel to see red, for example? How does it feel to hear music? How does it feel to taste something? Consciousness and its objects, all different from each other. The experience of hearing is different from the experience of seeing, is different from the experience of eating. And each experience of hearing or seeing is different from the other one because their contents are different. So tasting coffee is different from tasting tea because coffee and tea are different and they give different tastes. Coffee and tea are different, and the vritti, which is generated when your sense organ comes into contact with these different objects, that generates a different vritti in the mind. And the experiences are different, but coffee and tea may be different. The vrittis generated in the mind may be different because of the activity of the sense organs. But what is the common thing which illumines both of them? So coffee experience, tea experience, different, and yet the same, because both are revealed in a direct first person experience. Now, prajnanam means both. Both means what? Coffee experience, also tea experience. Both are prajnanam. Both are experiences, vrittis in the mind, which are lit up. But another thing prajnanam means is one consciousness behind all of these experiences. So prajnanam, direct meaning of prajnanam is all our awareness experiences, all our consciousness experiences, variety, thousands of experiences from the morning till now, continuously going on, sensory experiences, internal mental thoughts, feelings, emotions, ideas, memories. All of these variety, this whole series is called prajnanam. That's the direct meaning of prajnanam. And the implied meaning, which is most important, the indirect meaning, the underlying meaning of all of this is one consciousness. Not different, is one consciousness. That's what it is pointing towards. Now here, something very technical is going on. This is called Vakyartha and Lakshyartha, which I'll talk about in the afternoon. We are all Vedantins here, we have come across this again and again, so it will not be unfamiliar. Vakyartha or Mukhyartha means the direct meaning, the dictionary meaning, the expressed meaning of a word. When you take a word and look it up in the dictionary, you will get certain meanings. And those meanings are called Vakyartha, literal meaning of the word. So the literal meaning of prajnanam is a variety of consciousness experiences which we have throughout the day. And there are a variety. But note, the variety is caused by the variety of objects generating a variety of vrittis in the mind, movements in the mind. Is consciousness itself a variety? The implication is no. Consciousness itself is one. Just like this one light, one sunlight is falling on so many entities. And the sunlight pervading the book shows me book. The sunlight, I'm using pervading, just means reflecting off. Sunlight pervading a tree shows me the green tree with its brown branches. Sunlight shining off or pervading a building shows me this brown stone next door. Now, each of them looks different. Each of them is shining in the sunlight. Sunlight is one. Sunlight is not different. Similarly, consciousness, prajnanam is one. The implied meaning called lakshyartha of consciousness is consciousness itself. Apart from the objects which it illumines. What objects does it illumine? First of all, consciousness shines in the mind and illumines the movements of the mind. The different vrittis are formed. Vritti is a movement of the mind, a change in the mind. And through the vrittis, the objects are illumined, objects of touch and taste and sight and hearing. So various objects are illumined. Sometimes the objects might be internal, in the mind itself, thoughts, emotions, desires. So the variety of objects are illumined, and then these experiences seem different from each other. So that's the Mukhyartha or Vakyartha of prajnanam, and then Lakshyartha of prajnanam. Vedanta is interested in the Lakshyartha, in the implied meaning. Why not then directly talk about Lakshyartha? Why talk about Vakyartha and Lakshyartha? The problem is this is a teaching. It's meant to make us understand. If directly somebody talks about pure consciousness, we have no idea what they're talking about. So a good teacher always starts with experiences which are obvious. Do you see a red rose? Yes. Do you hear musical sound? Yes. Okay, now we can start. That's seeing the red rose, not the rose itself. The seeing of the red rose, the feeling you're getting, the experience, internal experience you're getting, that is prajnanam, one. The experience of listening to a music, not the music itself, your experience of listening to the inside you, the feeling that you get, the direct experience, that is prajnanam 2. Now, if you eliminate the red rose and the music, the movements of the mind associated with it, that directness, that first person experience, in Sanskrit terms, swaprakashata, effulgence within, revealed, effortlessly revealed, that one is the implied meaning, prajnanam, lakshyartha. So we'll have more to say about this Vakyartha, Lakshyartha, but this whole exercise of Mahavakyartha Viveka, an analysis of the Mahavakya, it revolves around this vital distinction of Vakyartha, Lakshyartha. There's a deep philosophical reason why we cannot directly speak of it. One reason why we cannot directly speak of it, because we are teaching. You must begin where the person is comfortable and then take the person into a subtle understanding. So that's teaching. But there is a philosophical reason why we directly cannot refer to pure consciousness or the Lakshyartha. The deep philosophical reason is words actually cannot refer to that. This takes us into a whole subject of how philosophy of language functions. In the Bhashya leading the segue into the Mandukya Upanishad 7th mantra, Shankaracharya says, language cannot refer to the Turiya, the pure consciousness, directly. Why not? What can language do? I'm not going into details here, but many of us are familiar with it. Jati, Guna, Kriya, Sambandha, even Rudhi is there. So 5 different functions which language can function if these, he says, Shabda Pravritti Nimitta, these factors which enable, instigate, enable the functioning of language. 5 factors are there. Either something belongs to a class or a species, Jati, or it has a quality, Guna, or there is some function associated uniquely with that entity, Kriya, or it's a part of a relationship, Sambandha, or it's conventional, you just name something, X is called Y. You do that, Rudhi, by convention. If none of them are possible, language cannot function. And if none of them are possible, language cannot function. Pure consciousness cannot be directly designated. It does not belong to Brahman or Turiya, does not belong to any particular class. It does not have any quality, being nirguna, beyond qualities, beyond attributes. It does not have any particular activity. So just a minute, hearing, smelling, tasting. Yes, hearing, smelling, tasting, these are activities which belong to the sense organs, which belong to the antakarana, the mind, but they don't belong to the consciousness itself. So activity also cannot designate pure consciousness. Relationship, we know Advaita says Brahman is Advaitam, non-dual. Relationship actually requires at least 2. Dvinishta Sambandha. Relationship requires at least 2 entities. If there is no 2, non-duality, then a relationship is also not possible. But don't you use words conventionally, just name. Convention means I name this baby Rama, or I name this baby Kamala, let's say. Right now I'm getting inquiries. Ask Swami, what does Kamala mean? I say, first of all, it is Kamala, not Kamala. And Kamal means lotus. Kamala means she who dwells or sits on the lotus. In fact, the whole name, if you take together, Kamala Devi. So it's very clear, it means Lakshmi. Today, by the way, is Ganesh Chaturthi. Ganesha is Lakshmi's brother. Now that's a designation. From now on, this baby will be called Kamala Devi. But to use that designation, so why can't we do that? Why not say, from now on, this thing will be called Atman or Turiya or Brahman? You cannot. For designation, for naming, for convention, you need to point out which baby is going to be called Kamala. Which person here is called Ram? Unless you point out, distinguish that person, it will not work. If you just say, call Ram from this audience, which one is Ram? I will not tell you. Then I can't call. Similarly, you cannot point out pure consciousness. That this, I can say, this is called hand, this is called shirt. But tell me, which is called pure consciousness? You can't point it out. And therefore, designation, Rudi, will not work. Giving a name will not work. So, the 5 factors are not present, which enable the functioning of language. These 5 factors are not present in consciousness. So, language cannot directly refer to consciousness. Therefore, you have to go through all this struggle of Mukhyartha, Vachyartha, Lakshyartha. We'll see all those intricacies in the class. I remember, we are studying about hermeneutics in one place, how to extract the meaning of biblical sentences. I was thinking, millennia before all these exercises, the ancient Indians, the Vedic scholars had developed an entire, very sophisticated hermeneutical system, how to find out, extract meaning from sentences. We have all seen that. In when you do Mahavakya Artha Vichara, the Shadvida Linga, how to extract the Tatparya, the purport, the intention behind a sentence, and very sophisticated techniques. I would say more sophisticated than that are available to modern thought. And those techniques were used by Shankara in extracting the meaning of Vedantic sentences, especially in Mahavakya Artha Vichara. So what do we get from this? If we look at the verse now, Yena Ikshate, that one thing by which you have the experience of seeing, Shrinoti, that one thing by which you have the experience of hearing, Jigrati, the experience of smelling, Vyakaroti, the experience of speaking, Swadu Aswadu Vijana, the experience of tasting, pleasant and unpleasant tastes. That one thing in itself, it points towards pure consciousness, tat prajnanam udiritam. The lakshartha of this, the implied meaning, the pointing is towards pure consciousness. Notice one thing, the uniqueness about Advaita Vedanta, the beauty of it, and the power of it. What are they talking about here? Seeing, smelling, tasting, experiences which are available to all of us. See, the whole problem with religion is it starts with faith. So you have to believe in something. God exists. And then you have to pray to God and have faith in God. Suppose you say God doesn't exist. I don't believe in it. Each religion says it differently. Why should I believe? Well, how peculiar. Your religion says that God has the form of an elephant. When Prabhupada came here, the founder of ISKCON, I was reading early days of ISKCON, one nice book. So one American gentleman asked him, are we to really believe that God is a little blue boy? So he's a Pakka Vaishnava. He said, yes. No arguments. But the problem is, if people will not want to believe such things. I found here, I thought people would be most puzzled by Ganesha. But everybody likes Ganesha here. I asked somebody in California, that, how is it that Americans are so familiar with Ganesha and it's everywhere? And they said everybody loves, who doesn't love a cute elephant? Everybody loves cute elephants. But if you listen to somebody like Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, they are harsh critics of religion. And you see so many debates between them and pastors and theologians. And you'll notice one thing. All the time, it's the pastors or the theologians, people from the side of religion, who more or less lose the debate. They have the worst of it. It is very difficult to prove in a debate something that is entirely based on faith. At least until you have these experiences, even then it's your own private experience. Even when Sri Ramakrishna was having the experience of Mother Kali in Dakshineshwar, only Sri Ramakrishna was seeing, not those around him. They were reporting that he's in a trance, in samadhi and so on, talking to the Divine Mother. But where? We are not seeing this. So faith is open to very big question in today's world. Very big question. As against this, yoga comes, Patanjali Yoga, and says, not faith. We are going to show you by experience. You believe experience? Yes. We will give you experience. Like when Vivekananda goes to Sri Ramakrishna, Narendranath goes to Sri Ramakrishna, it becomes Vivekananda. How? Why? He asks the question, have you seen God? And Ramakrishna says, yes, I have. Just as I see you, I have seen God. And you can see God too. So there's a promise of an extraordinary experience, a mystical experience, which will prove to you that religion is true. As Vivekananda said in this country, religion is not a matter of believing in something. It is a matter of experiencing. Religion is realization. Now, he further says, if I have an immortal soul, I must feel it. If God exists, I must be able to see God. So this is a language of experience. And this really became very popular. It's very appealing that you can actually experience directly. A lot of New Age religion here is based on this. But there's a problem with it. What is the problem? Remember, all this is not Advaita. I'm preparing the ground for Advaita. There's a problem with it. The problem is this. How many of us have the vision of Ma Kali? How many of us have the vision that Meera had of Krishna? How long? It is possible, I'm sure. I totally believe that these experiences exist. Of course they exist. Mystics throughout the ages have had these experiences. They're very powerful, very convincing. But the problem is, one, it takes a long time. Until that time, it is still faith. Two, even when you get it, it's not common. You only have it, not others. And others have to believe you and to take it on faith. At that point, a neuroscientist might come and say that, yes, you think that you have experienced that you are one like the ocean, boundless and all of that, or you're getting a vision of light. You think so, and I'm not denying it, but it's actually not that. You have a little problem in your brain, a little stroke is there, and bleeding on this side of the brain, and that's why you feel your experience. It does not prove anything. They can say that. And they have. Even in Sri Ramakrishna's own lifetime, most people around in Dakshineshwar, most of people took him to be a crazy fellow. He's madman of Dakshineshwar. So this is the problem with mystic experience. Wonderful, absolutely true. I'm not doubting mystic experience, and we should have it, and it is most nourishing and very good. But Advaita says you don't need to have faith in something. You don't even need extraordinary mystical experiences. What you need, ikshate. Can you see something? Yes. See what? Mother Kali, Shiva, Krishna, Ganesha? No. Can you see the flower, the cup of tea, the person next to you? Can you see it? Yes. That's enough for Advaita. Can you hear my words? Yes. That's enough for Advaita. Can you smell, taste, touch? Can you think any thought? Any thought comes to your mind? Any emotion comes to your mind? Any desire? Any kind of conscious experience do you have? Of course we have, all the time. Even to deny that we do not have such experiences, we need consciousness. So it's always present, it's undeniable. That is enough for Advaita Vedanta. Starting there, Advaita proceeds. These texts will guide us to the highest non-dual realization. That's the extraordinary power, but the subtlety of Advaita. Many people don't get it. You're trained, you've been hearing it again and again. So you basically know what this is about. But many people don't get it. They are very intelligent people also. They think it is some kind of, you're trying to hypnotize yourself into I am Brahman, something like that. No, it's Vivekananda said it is dehypnotization. You're already hypnotized. So this pure consciousness. Now the question arises, all right, so I am this one consciousness which is experienced in various experiences of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting. Okay, I understand. One unchanging awareness. So I can see how many people are there. 66 I can count. Are there 66 pure consciousnesses who are watching this, participating in this program? Are there 7 billion human beings, 7 billion consciousnesses? Or every sentient creature, billions and billions of consciousnesses? Or one consciousness? Vedanta says one consciousness. That's what is there next. Pragyanam. How many pragyanams? One only. Verse number 2. Chaturmukhendra deveshu manushashvagavadishu chaitanyam ekam brahmata prajnanam brahmamayapi. The one consciousness which is in Brahma, Indra and other gods, as well as in human beings and horses and cows, that is Brahman. So this consciousness in me also is Brahman. How many consciousnesses? In the Bhagavad Gita, 13th chapter, 2nd verse, Sri Krishna says, Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata. This consciousness you feel within yourself, Arjuna? Yes. By which you know all these things? Yes. Everybody has the same consciousness. In all this army around, Kauravas, Pandavas, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, even the horses and elephants, this consciousness running through all of them, that it is a one undivided consciousness. And I am that. Krishna says. One consciousness in all, appearing to be many. Avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktam iva cha sthitam. Undivided in all beings, appearing to be divided among millions and billions of beings. One sun shining in the sky and millions of globules of water, as dew in the trees and plants. and each you will see a tiny sun is shining. So this one consciousness shining in millions of body-mind systems. That is what we are experiencing. Now he gives examples. One second. Yes. Chaturmukha, the highest, Brahma, so highest among the gods. There the one same consciousness is there. Indra, the king of the gods, same consciousness. Deveshu, among all the gods, Varuna and Chandra and Vayu, same one consciousness. Manushyaha, among billions of human beings, one consciousness running in and through all of us, but associated with multiple body-mind systems. Ashwagavadishu, where varieties of animals, one consciousness. Chaitanyam ekam. So this one consciousness in billions of human beings, billions of sentient beings, past, present, and future, this ekam Chaitanyam is Brahma. This one undivided consciousness, as if divided in billions of beings. Why as if divided? Because the minds are different, vrittis are different, our experiences are different. So in Vachyartha, Prajnanam is different. Not only for each being, in each being also, moment to moment it is different. Experience to experience is different. But the implied meaning, Lakshyartha, is one consciousness, not only in each being, in all beings. It is one consciousness. Atah Prajnanam Brahma Mayapi. The consciousness, pure consciousness, Lakshyartha of Prajnanam in me, which I am. In me means which I am, actually. It is the same Brahman. Therefore, Prajnanam Brahma. The consciousness within me is the consciousness within everybody else, and I am that one unbroken, undivided consciousness. This is the meaning of Prajnanam Brahma. I am infinite consciousness, one without a second, experiencing all of this, bodies and minds and worlds. Two questions here. One is, you just stated it. You nicely quoted Bhagavad Gita with a profound voice, and so as you're expected to believe. Till now you are giving nice arguments, and now you are just quoting scripture and saying it is one consciousness. It does not feel like that. It feels we are different. It's a serious question, that we are different consciousnesses in different bodies, different selves in different bodies. Notice a lot is going on here. Self has already been identified with consciousness. It's not that we are a self with consciousness. The self is consciousness. Now, how many selves? How many consciousnesses? It's a profound question, because only Advaita Vedanta says it is one consciousness, and some schools of Tibetan Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism. All other schools of philosophy, they stop at multiple selves. Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sankhya, they all say that there are multiple selves and multiple consciousnesses. So why are you saying that there is one consciousness? Advaita turns the question around and asks, why do you think there are many consciousnesses? When you say there are many bodies, understandable, easily proved. Even the Zoom is counting. So 67 it counts. 67 people have logged in. If you go to their houses, you'll have one or more bodies. You can count them, head count. Minds are many. That also can be proved. You have a class and you give a questionnaire, you will find different answers, different perspectives coming from different people. That means thought processes are different. Each of us is having a different experience right now. So mind is also different. But consciousness is different apart from body and mind. Consciousness in itself is different in each being. How will you prove that? What is the distinguishing mark? What is the distinguisher for consciousness? So, Sankhya, for example, says, wait a minute, I'll give you, Mr. Advaitan, I'll give you distinguishers. They give, I think, 5 arguments. But the arguments are so simple, we can easily dismiss them. For example, they say, if consciousness is same in all beings, if one falls asleep, everybody will fall asleep. If one is awake, all will awake. Our answer is very simple. Waking and sleeping and dreaming are not functions of consciousness. They are all functions of mind. And mind is many. We are admitting that. There are many minds. Some understand. In the same class, Shankaracharya humorously says, some understand. Some understand only a little bit. Some do not understand. And some understand just the opposite. So the minds are many. and one may be awake, one may fall asleep. That happens, especially in Vedanta class. So that happens. But how do you know that consciousness is awake or consciousness is dreaming, consciousness is sleeping? Those words have no meaning. If you understand what is meant by prajnanam, it never is dreaming or sleeping. Consciousness is ever awake. It is always shining. Another argument from the Sankhyan would be that, see, if one is enlightened, then the other will also become enlightened. If consciousness is same, if we are all same consciousness, Guru is enlightened, will be wonderful. We will all get enlightened, but we do not. So we are all separate. No, it is not consciousness which gets enlightened. It's not consciousness which is in ignorance. Ignorance and knowledge are in the mind. And all the activities we are doing, Vedanta and all, are all in the mind, illumined by consciousness, referring to consciousness. But activity is done by the mind. Study of Vedanta is done by the mind. Ignorance is in the mind. Knowledge will also hopefully come in the mind and remove ignorance. So different, Guru's mind is different, my mind is different. Guru's mind has become enlightened, my mind has not become enlightened. It's quite possible the consciousness is the same. Another doubt, a death of one will be the death of all. If one is born, then one, that is even more simple. Death and birth are body, not even mind, let alone consciousness. So the Sankhyan arguments really do not hold much water. When they say Bahupurusha Vada, many consciousnesses, they give these arguments, but as you can see, they all refer to body or mind. So this is one question. Objections against your one consciousness. You'll see there's no valid objection. Then, if consciousness is understood properly, not in mixture with body-mind. The second big question with which I'll end is, wait a minute, you just said one consciousness, but you admitted there are many minds, there are many bodies, and the world is full of millions and billions of entities, from quarks to quasars, from ants to dolphins and whales. So many kinds of entities are there in the world. So it's not Advaitam. Advaita means non-duality. There's plenty of duality around. You have established one consciousness, fine. Suppose if I go with you, but you cannot call it non-dual consciousness because there is duality apart. There is the object of consciousness. So the next great question is that what is the relationship between consciousness and its object? What is the relationship between subject and object? What is the relationship between awareness and what you are aware of? Right now you're aware, and you're aware of many things. You're aware of many things. Those things and your awareness, should not even say your awareness, you the awareness. What is the relationship? Many answers are there. Materialist will say your awareness is nothing but a product of matter. Subject emerges from matter, brain and nervous system generate. Somehow we don't know. At that time, David Chalmers will come and say, you don't know. There's no way of showing how from brain you get to consciousness. That's one approach, reductionist approach. The opposite approach is that consciousness creates matter. Subject creates object. Who says this? All theistic religions. God creates the universe. That's a common thing of all theistic religions. God is conscious or unconscious? Everybody will say, my God is conscious. Of course. So consciousness creates the universe. That's another possibility. There are many problems with that. Third possibility is consciousness and universe are parallel. Sankhya. Consciousness is a fundamental reality. Matter, energy, time, space, fundamental reality, and they go together and interact. Where do they interact? In minds, in the subtle body. That's another possibility. Who says that? Sankhya, yoga. Then there is another possibility. One school of Buddhism, the Madhyamaka Shunyavada, says conscious matter is also empty. There is no ultimate reality there, and consciousness, subject, is also empty. Shunyam. Outside also emptiness, inside also emptiness. But what Advaita Vedanta says is that all that you experience, everything that appears to consciousness, actually appears in consciousness and is nothing other than consciousness. 3 stages. It is appearing to you, this universe. You cannot deny it. That's the way you say it's all appearing to me. It's appearing to my seeing and hearing and smelling and tasting, thinking. It's appearing to me. But to me means, is it outside and you are there and you are interacting? And you say, yeah, that's what it seems like. No, you cannot prove that, because to prove 2 things are separate, book and page mark. Book and page mark are separate. To prove that, I have to show them separately to you. I made a statement. There are two things here. One is a book and one is a page mark. Though they are appearing together now, they are two different entities. You will say, show it to me, Swami. Show me book without page mark without book. Yes, I can demonstrate. Here is page mark, no book. Here is book, no page mark. Two different entities. They appear together. Then you can accept, yes, page mark is different, book and book is different. But consciousness and matter, subject and object, can you show them separately? Can you show the object without consciousness? Never. Any kind of object, it has to be an object to consciousness. So it has to appear in your awareness. There is no outside your awareness. The moment you conceive of an outside awareness, that is already in your awareness because you're thinking about it. So outside, apart from awareness, in principle, you can't talk about it. If you talk about it, you're talking nonsense. Then you can talk anything. You can talk anything then. So you have to admit that the object is always in consciousness. Second stage. Third stage, if it is in consciousness, what is it made of? In Hindi, they say, masala kya hai? What's the substance in it? What is it composed of? You will see, if it is in consciousness, not one bit of it can be outside consciousness, then it cannot be anything other than consciousness. It is somehow extraordinarily the subject itself which is appearing as the object. And how does it do so? Then the whole of Maya, Nama, Rupa, all that comes in there. But whatever you are experiencing in this world, whatever prajnanam is experiencing in this world, inside and outside. Outside means sense organs, what it reveals. Inside means in the mind. Whatever you experience is nothing other than the prajnanam itself. So prajnanam experiences itself. One Kashmiri philosopher puts it so beautifully. Abhinavagupta. Prakasham prakashate. Light shines. What is that? That's the universe. You alone are shining as your universe. Yeah, I think I've run out of time. This is the meaning of Prajnanam Brahma. Now consciousness is unlimited. It's not that this consciousness, now it's limited by an object. Like physical light. Light comes and reflects off the book. Light is separate, book is separate. Is it like that? I am consciousness and I have got so many objects? No. You are consciousness, and in you, the entire universe, including that body, including that mind, they appear, play around, and disappear. This is the final meaning of Prajnanam Brahma. Brahma means is expansion without limit, vastness. So infinite, vast awareness is Prajnanam Brahma. That thou art, you are that. Let me stop here. I think some questions may be there. This is the first Mahavakya, Rig Veda Mahavakya, Prajnanam Brahma.
Maharaj, so the body, I'm not the body, I'm not the mind. Who is the knower then?
All right. Question is, I'm not the body, I'm not the mind. So this leads to a big issue here. Let me quickly explain, because we are all Vedantins, we know this. Introduce the concept of Chidabhasa, reflected consciousness. Notice, we are aware of the body. When you look inwards, you're aware of the mind, thoughts, feelings, emotions, ideas, desires. And you're also aware that you are aware. There's a feeling of awareness, of consciousness. Is this Atma? No. This is what is called Chidabhasa. It is the reflection of consciousness. You can never ever say this is Atma. Atma, the pure consciousness, is never an object. It's ever the subject. So it is ever you, not an object of your knowledge. So what we experience as being aware, that is actually Chidabhasa, reflected consciousness. And it is that reflected consciousness which enables knowledge. If we see how knowledge functions, epistemology is there in Vedanta, we'll get the answer to Parveer Babu's question. What happens is, the sense organs get data from the world outside. And again here, I'm taking a very common sense approach because I know there are many Vedanta scholars, they will have read Vedanta Paribhasha and they will say vritti goes outside through the sense organs. I'm not going there at all, because can be difficult to defend in today's age. Let's just take the common sense physiological explanation. Light comes in, say eyes. Light comes in from outside, and the eyes gather this information. So by the time the objects have come to your eyes, they are in the form of light only. Pen, paper, coffee, nothing comes into your eyes, luckily. And then it is all gathered images, and then immediately within milliseconds transformed into little bursts of electricity racing along your optic nerves to the concerned brain center. There somehow this data, which is now in the form of little bursts of electricity, is converted into a mental image, an experience, a mental experience in the mind. At that point, science stops. Physiology stops. They have no idea how this happens. But Vedanta says, it borrows from Sankhya. So it says that this is called a vritti in the mind. When you see a pen right now, a vritti, pen akara vritti, a vritti, a modification of the mind in the form of the pen, simply means you cognize a pen. A pen comes up in the mind, pen akara vritti, and consciousness is always there. And the peculiar characteristic of the mind, antakarana, is it can reflect or channel consciousness. There are two models, Pratibimba-vada and Avacheda-vada. Basically, consciousness can function in the mind. When it falls upon the mind, it is called chidabhasa, appearance or shadow or reflection of consciousness. And that reflection of consciousness, when it falls on the vritti in the mind, the pen akara vritti in the mind, it is illumined in a flash. And we get the knowledge, I see a pen. A vritti comes, I see a pen. So that is how we see. The direct answer to your question, Prabir Babu, is how do we see then? Or who is the knower? Then now you can answer, the knower is pure consciousness, limited by the mind, appearing in the mind as the reflected consciousness. Three things are involved here. Pure consciousness, you, the pure consciousness, Atma, Prajnanam, the Lakshyartha Prajnanam in the language of Aitareya Upanishad. Second, the reflection of Prajnanam in the mind, called Chidabhasa. Third, the mind itself, which takes the form of the pen. Form of the pen, the technical name for this is Vritti Vyapti. The mind pervades the pen. That means in your mind, mind takes the form of the pen. And consciousness shines on that Vritti Vyapti. It's called Phala Vyapti. Consciousness reveals that Vritti. And you have the knowledge, I see a pen.
Does the knower also appear in my consciousness?
No. You, the consciousness alone, are the knower, but limited by the mind. And so, for example, mirror. You are looking at your face in the mirror. Now, which is the real face? The real face is there, and the mirror is there. In the mirror, there is a reflected face. All three are necessary. Similarly, for knowing anything, all three are necessary. Pure consciousness, mind, reflected consciousness. Who is the knower? The complex of these three. At night, for example, at night, when we see anything in moonlight. So you see, we are seeing by moonlight. Who is lighting up the earth at night? Moon or sun? Practically moon, but really sun. Because without sunlight, no moonlight is possible. But practically we see only remember, in that night time, we don't see the sun. We see the sun only through the reflection in the moon. Who is the illuminer of the earth? Practically, if you say moon is the illuminer of the earth, yes, in one sense, but really, sun is the illuminer of the earth through the moonlight. Now, earth, take it as this world. Moon, take it as mind, antakarana, with all the sensory organs. And the sun, take it as pure consciousness. Sun illumining the moon. The consciousness illumining the mind and sense organs. Now the mind and sense organs have become lit up and they can reveal the world. So you see, then mind and sense organs are the knower? No, they cannot know without the pure consciousness, just as moon cannot illumine without the sun. Then pure consciousness is the knower? No, pure consciousness by itself does not function as a knower. Knowing is actually, we think it's a great glory, but it's actually a limitation of consciousness.
Knower must be appearing in consciousness, isn't it? Otherwise, because there's nothing else other than consciousness. Advaita
Yes.
says,
But remember, the knower also is enabled by consciousness. Without consciousness, no knowing is possible. So ultimately, the knower cannot be anything other than consciousness. But consciousness in itself is not a knower. It requires a mind and object. Reflected consciousness, mind plus object. It's a complex. It's called a pramata. So consciousness, mind, reflected consciousness, utilizing the instruments of knowledge, pramana, gets knowledge of the objects, prameya. The knowledge comes up as, it's called prama, valid knowledge.
Yeah, I had a question. So the three other Mahavakyas talk about the identity of Atman and Brahman,
Yes.
but Pragyanam Brahma somehow explicitly does not mention Atman. Any reason for that?
Yes. Jiva Brahma Aikyam, that's the condition for being a Mahavakya. Or Akhandartha Bodhakam Vakyam is Mahavakya. So the Jiva is actually mentioned by the word Pragyanam. The Vachyartha of Pragyanam. What is the Vachyartha of Pragyanam? All the experience of sentience which we are having all the time. You know, like talking, walking, thinking. All our Jiva experiences. Together they are called, or they individually they are called Pragyanam. That's the Vachyartha. So it is actually referring to the Jiva. Our own experience right now. All the Mahavakyas start with us right now. So what you are experiencing right now in your awareness, that is Pragyanam. But how is that the ultimate reality? Then you have to take Lakshyartha and then go to the reality. The Lakshyartha alone can be equated with Brahman.
Swamiji, I'm asking question about question of consciousness in inert matter. And the second question is, the entire universe, is that only consciousness?
Yes. So what is the question?
The first question is about consciousness in inert matter. Is there consciousness in inert matter?
Oh, okay. So inert matter, the way we understand it is, there are jivas and there's this sentient beings like us, and there's this insentient world. So I am here, I think I'm sentient, but the chair I'm sitting on, even the clothes I'm wearing, I think they're insentient. They don't have consciousness. I feel that. According to Advaita Vedanta, consciousness is there everywhere, in everything. It's all pervasive, sarvavyapi. Just as, in what sense it is there? See, even the pervasion of consciousness, when we say it is pervading everything, you have to understand in what sense is it pervading. Is it pervading, suppose I light incense here, dhupa, agarbatti. Then the agarbatti smell will pervade this room. So there is a room and a space, and that is filled with the fragrance of incense. Is consciousness like that? It pervades everything? Or is it like water pervades a wave, or gold pervades an ornament, or clay pervades a pot? When you say clay pervades a pot, what you mean is the pot is nothing but clay. Every bit of it is clay. Similarly, although it appears as a pot, it has got a name, it's got a form and a function. Nama, Rupa, Vyavahara distinguishes it. But in substance, in reality, it is nothing but clay. Similarly, this entire universe, what we call inert matter, is also nothing but consciousness. Remember, consciousness in what sense? In the Lakshyartha, as pure consciousness. In that sense only it exists. Now, then you will say, is there no distinction between inert matter and sentient beings? Jagat and Jiva, why are you using two words? Sentient, insentient, Jagat and Jiva, Jiva and Jagat. There's a difference. Remember now this whole concept of Chidabhasa, reflected awareness. So what makes consciousness an active factor in knowledge? It's only when you reflect it in the mind, when you channelize it through the mind, then it becomes available for use. Then you can say like Pragyanam, Ikshate, Jighrati, you see and you smell and you hear, Shinoti idam. All this is possible not just because of pure consciousness, because of the presence of subtle body and the reflected consciousness, Chidabhasa. So similarly, what is the distinction between inert matter and a jiva like us? Difference is that inert, so-called inert matter, there's consciousness there also, but it does not have a subtle body. It does not have a reflector. It does not have an antakarana. Therefore, you don't see the manifestation of consciousness there. In fact, I remember Dr. Bose, Pradeep Bose, who is a senior scientist at IBM, he has asked this question: our intelligent machines, can we make them complex enough to mimic a subtle body? Then the machines will become conscious. In principle, you have to admit, if Vedanta says a subtle body can reflect consciousness and form a chidabhasa, then it becomes a jiva like us. If a machine can do that somehow to someday, then it will also become a jiva, because consciousness is everywhere. You need only to reflect it somewhere to have a jiva functioning for a time being. Yeah, so that's the answer.
My question is, you mentioned that the universe is an appearance in consciousness, in Brahman. Yes. It's not separate, right? But from Brahman's point of view, there is no world, there is no appearance. It exists. And from Jiva's point of view, the world appears real. So who is aware of the world as an appearance? Who or what? Who can say this world is an appearance in Brahman?
When you say Brahman's point of view, there's no appearance, that's not strictly correct. When you talk about Saguna Brahman, in Saguna Brahman, that's Brahman plus Maya, or Brahman enabled by Maya.
I meant Nirguna Brahman. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and when you talk about appearance at all, then you have to talk about Saguna Brahman.
Saguna Brahman, okay.
Yeah. So Saguna Brahman's point of view, there is an appearance. So appearance comes, that's called Srishti. Appearance persists, that's called Sthiti. And appearance disappears again, that's called Laya. And this cycles back and forth as long as you admit Maya.
Okay, and Saguna Brahman is Ishvara, right?
The same. Is Ishvara, yes.
Okay.
And from Jiva's point of view, the only difference is between enlightened Jiva and unenlightened Jiva. As an unenlightened Jiva, this appearance seems to be real. What do you mean real? What exactly is meant by real and not real? Satya and Mithya. Real, our feeling is that these are separate, independent entities apart from me. Because of my body identification, I think that this is a body and this is a table lamp, this is a laptop, those are other bodies separate from me. As long as I'm identified with the body, that's actually true. From that perspective, it is true. So that is called the Vyavaharika Jagat. But when I shift my identification to consciousness, which is the whole purpose of the Mahavakyas, from the consciousness angle, I see none of them are independent realities. See, for example, a very good example used in the Mandukya is the dream example. In the dream, when we are in the dream, the people in the dream, the animals in the dream, the sky and the earth, they really look like the waking world. And we feel something is really happening, good and bad. But when we wake up, our experience is all of it, subject, object, the people in the dream, even I who was in the dream, the whole thing is nothing apart from me, the dreamer's mind. The dreamer's mind alone in its own place became subject and object, and it had a whole dream experience. So the enlightened person is like that. The enlightened person goes through the same appearances as long as there is a body mind, the Jivan Mukta. As long as there is the body mind, the enlightened person goes through the same experiences as us. And only thing is, the enlightened person does not consider them to be real. They consider them to be, all these objects to be appearances in me, the consciousness.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Okay. And Swamiji, so in the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, does the world actually disappear?
From your perspective, it does. If you admit a common sense perspective, that is what you might call Srishti Drishtivada. So there's a world and I have come into an existing, pre-existing world. Let's say Ishvara has created the world, or Brahma has created the world, and I have come into it. I've been given a body, and at that level, all of them are separate realities. Vyavaharika Jagat. Then I sit in meditation and I blank out the external world. I blank out my experience of the body. I shut down the mind. Then for me, the world has disappeared completely for that time being. But if you change your perspective into Drishti Srishtivada, to me, the experiencer, whose world appears, when I do not experience it, does the world exist? No. It's like To me, the dreamer, the dream world appears. When I stop dreaming, are those people still there? Is that activity going on there? Nothing is going on. It's only appears when you see it. So that's from Drishti Shrishti perspective. Yes.
Okay, Rahul ji, you are next.
No, I didn't ask you any question.
Drishti Shrishti perspective, yes. So from Drishti Shrishti perspective, these things are appearing, but they're nothing different from consciousness.
Shri Guru Bhirma. Swamiji, if there's a distant star that is not yet seen by anybody,
Yes.
does it exist?
It's actually an interesting question. We will think that, see, there are so many things in this universe which are not objects to consciousness. I mean, let alone my consciousness. My consciousness is so limited. They're not objects to consciousness at all. So it seems to say that everything is within consciousness. How is it possible? There are so many things which are not within my consciousness. You must make a distinction between that which is within the range of your sense organs. There are things which I do not see because my sight is limited. There are things which I do not hear. There are things which I cannot conceive of, cannot even think about, because the range of my thinking and mind are limited. So there are things in this world which my sense organs and mind have not objectified yet. But in one sense, they are still in your awareness. As in what sense? As the unknown. If you just say that there is a planet which is totally unknown. So now that planet is not totally unknown. It exists in your mind as that unknown planet. It's already known in a certain sense. To make this thing even more clear, take the dream example. Suppose you're dreaming. Suppose you're taking a walk in the park and meeting people and seeing the lake and the sky and all. And then you sit and think, there are so many things in Manhattan which I don't see right now. Beyond these tall buildings, there is such a vast city and so many things. So it is true that all of Manhattan is not in my mind now. Only this much which I'm seeing and experiencing is in my mind. So there is something in my mind and something outside my mind. But when you wake up, what will be the truth? All that was known to you was a part of your dream in your mind. All that was unknown to you, the rest of Manhattan, the rest of USA, the rest of the universe was also in your mind. When you wake up, the whole thing disappears. It's not that some of it was in your mind and some of it was not in your mind. So there's a difference between what is objectified by the pramata, but what is also exists as the unknown in the background in a dream. Exactly the same thing in the waking awareness. It's difficult to wrap our minds around because we think I'm aware of only the things which I see, hear, smell, taste, touch, or I think about, or I can mathematically predict. That much is my limit of awareness. But there is something beyond that, a vast world which is unknown, but it is known as the unknown so far. And the boundary between the known and the unknown is the boundary between the range of the pramanas and that which is beyond the pramanas. It can be extended. Let me give you one example. We have here the senior most member in the Vedanta Society who's a retired physicist, Bill Conrad. So he keeps on asking the same question. Somebody told me he has asked this question for the before you were born also. He's 96 years old now. So same question is going on for the last 50 years. He says, Swami, you think everything is in consciousness? It is not true. Suppose in this room, we put a camera and switch on the camera. Then we all leave this room. So the room is not in our consciousness. But the camera records it. And we see the picture in the camera. The room was very much there. When we conscious beings were not there. When we left the room, it's not that the room disappeared. The room is still there without consciousness. So how are you saying everything depends on consciousness or is in consciousness? Now what will you reply to that? See, this is the answer. See if you can understand. It's a very simple answer actually. Solution is very simple. I said to him, Bill, this room is in your consciousness. The camera is in your consciousness. The fact that you slowly left the room together with Swami is in your consciousness. Then when you are coming back into the room is in your consciousness. developing the film or seeing the film in the camera and seeing that the room was still existing is also in your consciousness. The idea that the room existed without consciousness is also in your consciousness. Is it not true? Another way of saying is, suppose you did this experiment and you woke up from it. The whole experiment was in a dream. Then the room was in the dream, the Swami was in the dream, we were leaving the room and switching on the camera and leaving the room was in the dream, coming back and seeing that the room existed when nobody was there. The whole thing was in a dream. In that case, everything was in your mind. It's quite possible. Think about it. Yes.
Swamiji, thank you so much for invaluable teachings in Vedanta. I have a question that is sort of related to the preceding one and a follow-up if I have an opportunity. Difficulties in getting the arms around Maya. So often Maya is compared with a dream, but the dreams are not logical. They don't seem to always follow any rules in terms of time, space, and vastu. But if you look at the material world out there, it seems to follow laws of nature, which are discovered by science, and which has led to some highly precision technological breakthroughs and resulted in devices which eventually we use to be able to communicate as we do today. So that is much more substantive and evidence-based. That doesn't quite resemble dream-like, which is not quite something that you can substantiate in the same way. So I'm trying to reconcile, and perhaps you can throw some light in terms of how do you reconcile the almost unbreakable laws of nature with which this Maya is unfolding. Yes. On one hand, and supposedly it is all illusion or a fantasy or dream. Thank you very much.
Right.
And I have a follow-up if possible.
Right. 2 points here. First of all, what I'm saying right now, what Advaita Vedanta is saying is that you cannot get around the fact that whatever you experience, you must be experiencing in awareness, in consciousness. Because the very definition of experience involves consciousness. Without consciousness, there is no experience at all. So even a scientist, a hardcore materialist reductionist, that consciousness is generated by the brain somehow. There are many such. Not that everybody accepts David Chalmers. Most people do not. Most scientists will say that, no, consciousness is being produced by the brain. Matter is ultimately real. And so even there, even the hardcore materialist holds on to his or her position in consciousness only. What Vedanta wants to say is that you cannot work your way around this. Now, within this, if you want to say, there are two distinct kinds of conscious experiences. One is a dream, which is fleeting, which does not follow rules of Desha Kala Vastu, which is from a waking perspective, it looks illogical. And other one is the waking experience, again in consciousness only, where there is regularity, there is law, and there is stability. Vidyaranya Swami, in fact, in the first chapter says, the only distinction between waking and dreaming is that stability in objects of the waking universe, stability in terms of persistence, in regularity, in law, all of these are there. He says, but does it detract from the fact that all of these objects are appearing to consciousness? We cannot deny it. Even the waking world, even science. So Vedanta, Advaita Vedanta actually does not say it's all an illusion in the sense of a dream and therefore science is all fantasy. No. The beauty of Advaita Vedanta is at no point does it contradict science. All the findings of science, the predictions of science are perfectly acceptable. In fact, Advaita Vedanta is probably the only, along with some versions of Buddhism, the only philosophies based on religion which have no conflict at all with science.
So you mean to essentially say that the Maya, which is there is no separation between seer and seen, and Maya unfolds within consciousness, but it unfolds according to supposedly the laws of nature.
Yes, that if you want to make there are two perspectives here. One is a common sense approach, which is in Vedanta. Most of Vedanta is according to this, what you are just saying. It is called Srishti Drishtivada. That means you take it that the world has been formed. It's a real world into that which you have entered. And so there is a clear distinction between waking and dreaming. So dreaming is dreaming, and there are many differences between waking and dreaming. The dream objects are appearances in the mind, whereas the waking objects exist apart from the mind, but not apart from consciousness. Mind and object both appear in consciousness, in the waking, and also in the dreaming. But in the dreaming, additionally, it is appearing only within the mind itself. So this is a common sense approach, and it's perfectly reconcilable with science. So science works in the waking world, where everything unfolds according to certain regularities. Yeah.
And one quick follow-up is that there is a difference between East and West, and particularly India and the West, in the sense that in India is generally understood that something takes, there is a rebirth or reincarnation of one thing or another, whether it is a tendency or soul in dualism. It's understood, but in the West, that is not quite accepted, particularly by the secular society. And they believe, for example, in the evolutionary biology or the evolutionary sciences in which the life actually develops. Now, both being part of Maya, and so not absolute reality, only relative reality, is there any differentiation in terms of, from Advaita point of view, between two school of thoughts for the pursuant of Advaita?
All right, there's a lot to unpack. You have said many things, but I will disagree with all of them. First of all, that we believe in reincarnation. Let's take that one, reincarnation, that we go from birth to birth. Hindus believe a Jivatma goes from birth to birth. Hindus and Jains, we believe in that. All schools of Hinduism believe. The Buddhists believe not a particular Jivatma, but a process is there. It's transmitted. So all Indian schools, except the materialist, they believe that there are multiple lives. There is an identity across lives, and there's a transmission from life to life. And the whole thing is propelled by the law of karma. So this is our worldview, Indian worldview. And in the West, you're right, that in the West, people are skeptical about this. No, we don't accept this whole karma and rebirth thing. But I have always been puzzled by this. Why are they skeptical? On two grounds I'm puzzled. One is on the grounds of logic. Another is on the grounds of the history of the West. All Western religions, Christianity, Judaism, or the Middle Eastern religions, I mean like Islam, for example, all of them, every religion in fact, has to believe that something exists after death. If everything is wiped out at the point of death of the body, that means death of the body. If everything is wiped out at the death of the body, it means body is the fundamental reality. If that is so, there's no difference between religion and materialism. The Charvaka says that, the materialist says that at the death of the body, everything is finished. A materialist reductionist today will also say that there is no such thing as soul and after death anything, nothing at all. The ultimate reality is the body. And at the end of the life of the body, everything is finished. There's no question of heaven, hell, enlightenment, immortality, Atma, Nirvana, nothing of that sort. But Westerners do not believe that. Throughout the history of Western thought, whether you go back to the Greeks or the Romans, or Christianity and Judaism, or afterwards Islam and Middle East, they all believe about existence after death. You look up any religion. So I'm asking, now my question is this, I'm puzzled. And people do say that you Indians, you believe in Buddhists, Hindus, you believe in many lives. I say, so do you. I've not found an answer to this question. You believe that something exists after death. There is a soul, which goes to heaven or hell, whatever it is, whatever your idea is. So if something exists after death, why it's only one more step to say that other lives are possible? If it goes to heaven or hell, and if that hell or heaven is not permanent, then it will go to some other state. Why not other lives? Why not other bodies? And if it can exist after that, that means it can exist without this body also. Christianity believes that. Judaism believes that. The whole point of religion is that something exists beyond the body. If it exists other than the body, then it's quite possible it existed before this body was born, because it has ultimately not rooted in this body. Then it's possible it had many other births. So this is my puzzlement with the Western position, that if you are an outright atheist, if you are Christopher Hitchens or Richard Dawkins and you say there's no karma, no rebirth and all that, then okay, I understand your position, because materialism is your position. But if you're a Christian, as many are, I saw in the Harvard Divinity School, no, this karma we don't understand. What are you talking about? Your own religion is entirely about what happens after death. How to get to heaven and not go to hell. What is this thing that exists after death? This immortal soul you keep talking about so much. If it exists after death, then it's not limited to the body. Then what is your objection against future lives? So this is my puzzlement with the Western position. I don't see what's there. It's just, I feel it's a kind of stupidity and unwillingness to think further. And the second answer is, my second part of the answer is based on logic. All science, all reason is basically causality. And when you say why, you're basically asking for a cause. If you follow causality, causality is in Indian terms, Hindu, Buddhist, Jain terms, it is nothing other than karma. Karma means cause and effect in our personal lives. If you admit that, then our present state of affairs, this body, is a set of effects. There must be a cause. And the point of birth does not explain all the causes. Why does one baby who's just born now suffer so much, another baby is so privileged? So it extends beyond, before this birth. And there's so many things that we do in this life and so many things we experience. Does it exhaust all karma? We have done so many things. People always ask, Hitler did so many bad things. Is one death enough for Hitler? So many horrible things. So much karma is accumulated. Where will the result come? The cause is there. The result must give rise to future births. So cause and effect are nothing other than the law of karma. And from law of karma, past and future births become obvious. So this is a logical argument. Now, second part of the question about Advaita Vedanta and this law of karma and all. After having said all this, Advaita Vedanta totally denies all this. Advaita Vedanta says, from Brahman's perspective, neither karma nor birth nor rebirth. One sadhu once said in Himalayas, "Arey Mahatma ji, jab janma hi nahi to punarjanma kahe ka?" The Advaita not only denies future birth. So it's like, is it like Christianity and Islam that it denies not only future birth, it denies the present birth also. This is all within an appearance. It's a movie that you are watching. You were never ever born as a body. And the body appeared to you. When we realize what Advaita is trying to say, these are all appearances in the screen of consciousness. Chit Darpana, and the Vishwa is like a Pratibimba. Vishwam Darpana Drishyamana Nagari Tulyam, the Dakshinamurti Stotram. Like if I hold a mirror here and I see you and the trees and the sky behind you. In the mirror, there is no person, no tree, no sky. It's only mirror. Similarly, in consciousness, no body, no birth, no rebirth. But an appearance is there.
Swamiji, you really answered my question. That that I was expecting. So thank you very much. And I just briefly want to make an observation. I heard your puzzlement about Western unable to accept the rebirth. My understanding is that Westerner, more and more, particularly in Europe, they do not believe in they do not believe in Bible. They do not believe in life after heaven and hell and so on. So that's why I had mentioned secular Westerner. That's why I didn't mention religious Westerner.
Yes.
And in extreme case is Sam Davis that you mentioned. He is very acceptance of. He's quite acceptance of Advaita, and he doesn't believe in what Bible says or Old Testament says, but he's much more acceptance on Advaita.
Correct.
So they're able to reconcile, for instance, genetic and, as I mentioned, molecular evolution accounting for quite a bit of tendencies, besides, of course, our physical, where we, in terms of physical weaknesses and strengths and so on in their mind. But still, they can, from what you just mentioned, can pursue Advaita based on the fact that this is all Maya. And it's not important to stress one versus another one, as long as you realize that you are not your mind, you are not your body, and that you are the supreme. Yeah.
So you don't
Thank
have
you so much.
Suppose Advaita does not force you to accept future births, past births, karma.
Yes.
Not even that. If you
Yes.
accept that you are experiencing, as the Upanishad just, the Panchadashi quoted, if you are seeing, Shrinoti, you're hearing, Ikshate, you're seeing, smelling, tasting, touching, speaking, that's enough. Ramana Maharshi, somebody went and asked him once, I like this very much. He said, am I qualified for Advaita, for your teaching? Ramana Maharshi said, did you say I? Because his teaching was, who am I? If you can say I, then you're qualified for who am I.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Swamiji.
So should we hold up the questions till the second session?
Yes, I think all the questions have been answered
Very good.
in terms of raised hands. So Prabodhji, please take over.
Thank you, Swamiji. This was amazing. You could spend time on Q&A. And we'll continue the afternoon session. So try to log in 10 minutes before 4 so we can start the program like this morning. Again, thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the wonderful questions.
Hari Om, Swamiji.
Thank you.
Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Shri Ram Krishna Namaste.
We're more than just a supermarket at super quality. Want organic food, storage solutions, and toys for the kids? We've got that and so much more. Come to Super Quality Supermarkets, located at Twin City, Shigonas, and Vancouver. For more details, call 223-9715.
Om Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmaracharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Om. Good. Be seated, please. Oh. Om. Good. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahavidyan Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Welcome back to our study of Bhagavad Gita. Sorry. What am I doing here? I'm pushing buttons without knowing what I'm doing. Okay. Nice to have you here for our class. Also, welcome to all of our viewers watching online. And especially for the online viewers, the opening and closing prayers that we recite here, most of our local students know them well. They're available on our website. If you want to learn those prayers properly, you can find the prayers on both on our website and on our YouTube channel. Okay, we can proceed to our class. We're towards the end of chapter 5, Sannyasa Yoga, and I think we'll finish the chapter today. We'll begin with some recitation, starting with verse 23. As always, read the translation while I'm chanting, and then repeat after me. Shaknoti haiva yasodham, Shaknoti haiva yasodham, Praksharira vimokshanat, Praksharira vimokshanat, Kama krodhodbhavam vegam, Kama krodhodbhavam vegam, Sayukta sasukhi naraha, Sasukhi naraha, Yontas sukontararhamas, Yontas sukontararhamas, Tatantar jyotirevayaha, Tatantar jyotirevayaha, Sayogi Brahma Nirvanam, Sayogi Brahma Nirvanam, Brahma Bhutodhi Gacchati, Brahma Bhutodhi Gacchati, Labhante Brahma Nirvanam, Labhante Brahma Nirvanam, Rishayakshina Kalmashaha, Rishayakshina Kalmashaha, Chinnadvaidayatatmanaha, Chinnadvaidayatatmanaha, Sarvabhutahiterataha, Sarvabhutahiterataha, Kamakrodhavimuktanam, Kamakrodhavimuktanam, Yatinam yatachetasam, Yatinam yatachetasam, Abhito Brahma Nirvanam, Abhito Brahma Nirvanam, Vartate Vididatmanam, Vartate Vididatmanam, Sparshan Kritva Bahir Bahyan, Sparshan Kritva Bahir Bahyan, Chakshur Chakshushchaivantare bhruvoho, Chakshushchaivantare bhruvoho, Pranapanau samau kritva, Pranapanau samau kritva, Nasabhyantaracharinav, Nasabhyantaracharinav, Yatendriya mano buddhir, Yatendriya mano Munir moksha parayanaha, Munir moksha parayanaha, Vigatechha bhaya krodho, Vigatechha bhaya krodho, Yasada mukta hevasaha, Yasada mukta hevasaha, Bhoktaram yajñatapasam, Bhoktaram yajñatapasam, Sarvaloka maheshwaram, Sarvaloka maheshwaram, Suhridam sarvabhutanam, Suhridam sarvabhutanam, Jnatva mam shantim ricchati, Jnatva mam shantim ricchati. And verse 29 is the final verse of chapter 5, one of the shorter verses in the Bhagavad Gita. Let us pick up the thread. in our prior class, we concluded with verse 23. And our topic then was the nature of an enlightened person. This is a topic that comes several times in the Bhagavad Gita and it's an important topic because if you don't know the goal, that will certainly affect your journey. So if you have a very clear idea of the goal to be achieved through a life of spiritual growth, then your spiritual practice will be much better directed, and the goal to be achieved is understood in the nature of an enlightened person. And when we say nature of an enlightened person, we started this discussion way back in chapter 2, and that is we're not talking about how an enlightened person looks, how they dress, how they walk or talk. We're talking specifically about how they think, how their minds work, or a very nice way of understanding it, the world view of an enlightened person. What is their worldview? How do they see the world around them? How do they see other people? How do they see themselves? By understanding the inner nature, the inner workings of an enlightened person, by getting inside their head, so to speak, we will understand what our goal is. So, and at the end of the verse, this will introduce now today's class, the last line, Saha Yuktaha, that enlightened person is Yuktaha, and we said in our last class, Yukta has many meanings, one of which is mature, but a more technical meaning would be united, and in particular united with Brahman, absolute reality, or people like simpler expressions, united with your inner divinity, united with your true nature. Of course, that idea of being united, and this is a key point for today's class, to get united with your true nature, to get united with Atma, to get united with Brahman, union presupposes separation, right? So separation is followed by union. Unless there's separation, there can be no union. But do you see the problem here? If you understand correctly these teachings, you understand that your true nature, and we've discussed this many times, your true nature has always been divine. Your true nature has always been Satchidananda Atma, and that Satchidananda Atma happens to be Brahman, the reality because of which everything exists. These are already existent facts, truths that remain hidden, covered, as it were, by a veil of ignorance. So in our process of spiritual growth, in particular using the teachings of Vedanta, the process we're engaged in is not truly a process of union because you already are that. I pointed out before, the Mahavakya, Tat Tvam Asi, you are that. Notice that the verb is not in the future tense. It doesn't say you will become that. You already are that which you want to become. An already existent truth, obscured or covered by the veil of ignorance, which we remove through this process of spiritual inquiry, guided by these teachings. So it's not truly union, but it's figuratively union in the sense that you discover that you have always been non-separate from Brahman. Or if people like to use the word God, to discover you have always been non-separate from God. You've never been separate, but you've suffered under the illusion of separation. So we remove the illusion of separation and you discover you are already one with that ultimate reality. That's what this word yukta means. We're going to see another word for it in just a moment. Saha sukhi naraha. Saha naraha, that person is sukhi. And this word introduces the next verse. That person is happy. And there's something very significant in this happiness. Mostly, happiness has a nimitta, a cause. You get your favorite food, you become happy. So the food is a nimitta, a cause. Something wonderful happens in your family, birth of a child or grandchild, something like that. There's a nimitta for your happiness. You get a raise at work, a promotion, you get happy. There's a nimitta, a cause for most, not most, all conventional happiness is based on a nimitta, a cause. But there's one kind of happiness which is without nimitta, nirnimitta. Nirnimitta ananda, inner fullness or completeness which doesn't depend on a cause. It's already there. And the best example of that is your experience in deep sleep. Everyone, myself included, loves dreamless deep sleep. Dreams we may or may not enjoy depending on the content of the dreams, but dreamless sleep, every single person enjoys. Why? We say it's blissful. And it is. Absolutely blissful. Now, what's significant about that is, what did you have to do to get that blissful sleep, to get the happiness that you enjoy in deep, dreamless sleep? What do you have to, what is the nimitta? What is the cause for the happiness or bliss you experience in deep sleep? Understand that deep sleep is a condition in which all mental activities are absent. This is so significant. In the absence of any and all mental events, vrittis we call them, when your mind is perfectly silent, you experience ananda. That is so significant because it simultaneously demonstrates two things. Generally, we think we need a nimitta, and every cause, which would be in a form of some kind of mental event. But here, without a particular mental event, without a nimitta, you experience happiness. And secondly, the fact that that condition of bliss is what remains when everything else has been removed. If you follow the logic, when everything else has been removed, what's left? You. When everything else has been removed from your experience, the only thing left is you, the experiencer. Follow the logic. When all objects of experience are removed, as they are in deep sleep, all that's left is you, the experiencer, but you, the experiencer, find yourself to be perfectly content, a state of perfect peace, a state which we call ananda. The point here then is that the bliss that you find in deep sleep is not some object you're enjoying. It is you. It is your true nature. We use the word swarupa. There are two kinds of happiness. One comes from objects, one comes from swarupa, your true nature. So this sukhi naraha, Sri Krishna says, that happiness he's referring to is your innate condition, your innate nature as being full, complete, perfect, perfect peace, perfect contentment, and we call that state happiness or ananda. So let's be very clear that ananda that remains in deep sleep is you, it is your true nature, it is all that's left when everything else is gone. And the enlightened person is one who has discovered that inner truth, the truth that your true nature is ananda. Okay, and that will introduce our next verse. Yontassu kontara Yontassu kontara tatantar jyotireva yaha tatantar jyotireva yaha sayogi brahma nirvanam sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhutodhigacchati brahma bhutodhigacchati. Yaha, that one, that person, the enlightened one. Yaha, the one who. The enlightened person who is described by Sri Krishna as Anta Sukhaha. Anta is within. Anta Sukha, one who finds Sukha, happiness, contentment, peace, joy, ananda, one who finds it antaha, within. One who finds happiness. Generally, people find happiness outside. I think with this holiday season, increasingly people find it outside at the mall, or they find it outside by browsing the internet nowadays, or they find it outside in a family gathering. Nothing wrong with any of that. But that's all secondary happiness, we can call it that. The true source of all happiness, contentment, peace is within one who has discovered that true inner source, not inner source, your true nature as Ananda. One who has discovered that is Anta Sukhaha, one who finds happiness within. And that person is also described by Sri Krishna as Antar Aramaha, one who has arama. Arama means pleasure, delight. One whose pleasure or delight is antar, antaha, within. One who finds happiness within, one who finds pleasure or delight within. In the next line, tata, and in the same way, antar jyotihi eva yaha. In the same way, yaha, that person who is antar jyoti. Jyoti, most of you know, means light. Of course, light is figurative here, referring to the light of consciousness. That light of consciousness which is antaha, within. So we're talking here about the enlightened person who discovers within that inner jyoti, antar jyoti, the light within, the light of consciousness that reveals all of your mental activities. That light of consciousness is not neutral in nature. That light of consciousness is the actual source of happiness, contentment, joy, and peace. So yaha, the person who has discovered that inner truth, saha yogi. He, I say he, saha happens to be a masculine pronoun. And Sanskrit has the same problem that most languages have, and it's a male bias in their choice of pronouns. It's not justified, it's just an artifact of the language. So saha, he or she, is a yogi or a yogini. We have to use the proper grammatical terminology. That person is a yogi, and that yogi, a true yogi then, is not one, I don't know why I just remember this. This was in around 1990 or so. I had finished my 3-year course. I was back in my town of Santa Barbara. I was teaching Vedanta. in my home, and had some students coming. And I remember once, as I was in the middle of the class, a person is sitting there, and they're sitting on couches and chairs and etc. And one of the people sitting in my class took his left leg and put it behind his neck in the middle of class. Then he took his right leg and put it behind his neck, and he sat there like that. So he was demonstrating he was a yogi. Well, being able to put your legs behind your neck makes you, what is the word, contortionist? Doesn't make you a yogi according to Sri Krishna. According to Sri Krishna, the yogi is one who has discovered this inner truth. And that yogi, drop down a line, Brahma Bhutaha, the interesting expression here. Brahma Bhutaha, Brahma Nirvanam Adhigacchati. We have to put the words into a proper order. So that yogi, Brahma Bhuta, who is already Brahman, Brahman is our technical word for absolute reality. That absolute reality is a reality of the universe. It's also your inner reality. So that yogi, Brahma Bhuta, that yogi who is already Brahman, Brahma Nirvanam Adhigacchati, Adhigacchati gains, literally, he gains or reaches Brahma Nirvanam. And that's an important word, so let's see the meaning of that word. Nirvana, everyone has heard. Even youngsters have heard it. Nirvana was the name of a popular rock group, popular music group some years ago. So here, nirvana has a very specific meaning that you should understand properly. It comes from the Sanskrit verbal root va, to blow, as in vata, blown, is a participle. Va is to blow. Nir has a sense of away, or to blow out, or to extinguish, as when you blow out a candle. This is a proper and technical understanding of the word nirvana, to be nirvanam, extinguishing, would be a very good translation. Blowing out, extinguishing. Brahma nirvanam, understand properly, is not extinguishing Brahman. Brahman can't be extinguished. It's when your individuality is extinguished, when your ignorance is extinguished, when your mental activities are extinguished, any of these meanings are fine, what remains, as we said before, is your true nature. So deep sleep is kind of a nirvana, right? Everything is extinguished in terms of your experience. You don't see, hear, taste, smell, or touch anything. The entire world is extinguished for you. All your thoughts are extinguished. All your emotions are extinguished. So deep sleep is a kind of nirvana, and in that nirvana of deep sleep, what remains, as we said before, is your true nature, here called Brahman. Brahma nirvanam, to be extinguished into your true nature, to be extinguished into reality. Brahma nirvanam, to be extinguished into, now that doesn't sound like good English, and it's not. To be extinguished into reality is bad English, so it's often translated then as to be absorbed in Brahman. And that's a fine, I guess it's an okay translation. Actually, it's not an okay translation, because then you're losing that sense of extinguished. But it sounds better in English. To be absorbed in Brahman sounds better than being extinguished in Brahman, except Brahman nirvanam doesn't mean absorbed in Brahman. It means extinguished in Brahman. Again, when your individuality is extinguished, what remains is your true nature, here called Brahman. a very important word, so important that Sri Krishna is going to use it 3 times in 3 verses. We'll see it twice more as we continue. So, adhigachat Brahma Nirvanam adhigachati. You reach Brahma Nirvanam, and now you get the sense of what it means to reach. Brahma Bhutaha, already existing as Brahman. Brahma Nirvanam adhigachati. You reach Brahman. Now you get a clear meaning, right? You are already that which you want to become. And when all the impediments in your mind are extinguished, in particular, when that veil of ignorance is extinguished, so to speak, when that veil of ignorance is removed, what remains is Brahman. So you get a very clear meaning now. That Sahayogi, that enlightened one, Brahma Bhutaha, whose true nature is already Brahman. By the way, your true nature already being Brahman is a fact both for the enlightened person and for the one sitting in your chair. No difference. The truth of an enlightened person is Brahman. The truth of your nature is exactly the same Brahman. So Sahayogi, that enlightened person, Brahma Bhutaha, whose true nature is already Brahman, Brahma Nirvanam adhigachati. Figuratively, I'll translate it. That person can lose their individuality and experientially merge into Brahman, just as you merge into deep sleep. It's a feeling of merging, isn't it? What's so significant, and just to go back to that one last time before we continue, it's striking that deep sleep isn't a condition of emptiness or nothingness. You would think it would be, right? All experience comes to an end. All thoughts and emotions come to an end. What's left is the chasm of nothingness. Sounds very scary. And some people might have a fear of nothingness. No one has a fear of deep sleep, as far as I know, because deep sleep is not a state of nothingness. It's a state of fullness, completeness, perfect peace. That is your true nature, Brahman. Okay, let's continue. Labhante Brahma Nirvanam. Labhante Brahma Nirvanam Rishayakshina Kalmashaha Rishayakshina Kalmashaha Chinnadvaidayatatmanaha Chinnadvaidayatatmanaha Sarvabhuta Hiterataha Sarvabhuta Hiterataha. See the second line, Brahma Nirvanam, it comes the second time. But start in the third line. Second line. The subject of the sentence, Rishayaha. Rishi in plural is Rishayaha. And generally, Rishis means the ancient sages. But here Sri Krishna uses it in a more literal sense. The word Rishi literally means one who can really, really see. They call them Kranta Darshi, one who can see beyond, one who can see beyond the illusions of worldly life, one who can see the transcendent reality. So sometimes you've seen this rather archaic translation of Rishi as seer. That's actually quite an accurate definition of word, even though it sounds archaic. A rishi is one nice way of understanding, one who can see what others cannot see. Therefore, it becomes a synonym for an enlightened person. And that's the sense in which Sri Krishna uses it here. Rishayaha, the enlightened persons who are kshina kalmashaha, who are freed from kalmasha. Now, my translation here I think is poor. Purified of sin. I would prefer purified of impurity. And of course, that sounds redundant. Free from impurity would be a much better translation. By the way, I'm working on revising these translations. I'll talk to you about that in our next class. These translations are 15 or 20 years old, so time to update them. So, kshina kalmashaha, free from impurity, and the crucial impurity here is not what you get by taking a bath or shower. The freedom from impurity here is freedom from ignorance. The impurity that is significant in this context is ignorance. That veil of ignorance, that inner impurity which prevents you from recognizing your own true divine nature. Ignorance can be considered an impurity, and that's a nice understanding here. So rishayaha, those who can see what others cannot see, who are kshina kalmashaha, freed from all impurities, in particular, freed from ignorance. What about them? First line, labhante, they gain brahma nirvanam. They gain, again, being extinguished in Brahman. Let me give another meaning, another way of understanding that term, since we're seeing it for a second time. Generally, we identify ourselves with externals. We identify ourselves with our bodies, with our minds, and when you identify with your body, you call yourself male or female, young or old, etc. When you identify yourself with your mind, you say that you're happy or sad, etc. But these rishis who are freed from ignorance, they identify themselves as being Brahman. So if you meet that rishi in a social gathering, you introduce yourself, hello, my name is Swami Taratmananda. The rishi will introduce himself or herself by saying, Swami Taratmananda, nice to meet you. I am Brahman. Can you imagine? This absurd, absolutely absurd. The point I'm making is that for an enlightened person, your sense of identity undergoes a radical change. We all start out in life identified with our bodies, minds, etc., but gradually, over a period of time, and a period of time is not days and weeks and months, but the period of time here is probably years and even decades. Over that period of time, your sense of identity undergoes a gradual shift which culminates in a radical transformation where you no longer identify yourself as with the body and mind, but indeed you identify yourself as the consciousness within, which is the truth of yourself which is the same as the truth of everything, Brahman. This is the culmination of these teachings leading you to this Brahma Nirvanam. So another way of understanding Brahma Nirvanam then is your false identification is extinguished. Your identification with your body and mind is extinguished. And what remains is Brahman. Okay. And these rishis, enlightened ones, are Chinnadvaidha. They are freed from... Dvaidha means division. In this context, it means doubts. They're freed from doubts, freed from confusion. Is it like this or is it like that? That Dvaidha means two. Is it like this or is it like that? Doubt. So they are freed from doubts, and they are yata atmanaha, plural. They are self-controlled. The commentator gives a nice spin, so to speak, on these two words. They're freed from doubts due to the practice of manana, that rational reflection which removes doubts, and they are yatatmanaha. Their minds are controlled, their minds are absorbed in truth, fixed in truth, they are firmly established in truth through the practice of nididhyasana. This is our commentator's spin, so to speak. Not spin is an unfair word to use, because spin suggests manipulation of meaning. So here he's not manipulating the meaning, he's adding meaning here. So you can, chinna dvaidha means freedom from doubts. But how do you get that freedom from doubts? The commentator adds through the practice of manana. And yatatmanaha, one whose mind is controlled, one who is firmly established in truth. How do you get that? Nididhyasana, Vedanta contemplation. The commentator adds this. And finally, these enlightened ones are sarva bhuta hite rataha. Very interesting observation. They are rataha, they delight sarva bhuta hite, in the welfare of all beings. They delight in the welfare of all beings, and we need to understand how and why that's so. You've heard me say in prior classes that the enlightened person becomes freed from any personal agenda. Generally, we all have an agenda, things we want to accomplish, and things we want to accomplish for our own sakes. Desires, dreams, etc. That raga and dvesha, what we want for ourselves. Inner agenda. Agenda was a word that Pujya Swamiji liked to use and was very appropriate in this context. So if conventional life is driven by an agenda, and those agendas are fundamentally, selfish is a wrong word, because selfish means I don't care, I care about myself and I care about nothing else. So selfish is not the word, but self-directed is a correct word. These agendas we have are focused on ourselves. If we have an agenda for someone else, and sometimes people do, you have the agenda for someone else because they affect you. If they're affecting you negatively, your agenda for the other person is to stop doing that. Anyway, so the point is that our agendas are self-directed, self-focused. These enlightened ones are freed from that agenda. And just imagine this, if you have no agenda, then you are free, totally free to respond to the needs of others. Reflect on this for a moment. We see all the time around us people who need. Sometimes we help, sometimes we don't. Often we don't. And reason we don't is we are short of resources, not enough time, not enough money, not enough of something. An enlightened person doesn't experience that sense of not enough. Enlightened people experience a sense of enough, fullness, completeness, vastness. So an enlightened person being freed from one's own agenda and feeling a sense of fullness within, when an enlightened person witnesses the need of somebody else, it is natural for the enlightened person to spontaneously respond to that need. An enlightened person is therefore spontaneously compassionate, just effortlessly responds to the needs of others because they're freed from that inner agenda. Okay, enough said. Then, Kama Krodha Vimuktanam, Kama Krodha Vimuktanam, Yatinam Yata Chetasam, Yatinam Yata Chetasam, Abhito Brahma Nirvanam, Abhito Brahma Nirvanam, Vartate Vididatmanam, Vartate Vididatmanam. So for those enlightened people, for those who are Kama, Krodha, Vimuktanam, for those who are Vimukta, totally free from Kama, desire, and Krodha, anger. So being completely freed from Kama and Krodha, or alternatively, completely freed from Raga and Dvesha, to use terms we've used before. Those enlightened ones who are Yatinam, who have strived hard. Yati is one who strives in this context. So they become enlightened not because they sit around and smoke marijuana. I'm thinking about my time in Rishikesh with other sadhus. So yati is a word that can be used for a sadhu, but not every sadhu is a yati. Yati is one who strives. A good translation would be sadhaka, one who is engaged in spiritual practice. So yati nam, for those enlightened ones who are enlightened because they worked at it. They worked hard at it. They strived. And they are yata chetasam, for those enlightened people whose chetas, whose minds are yata, controlled no longer driven by raga, dvesha, and no longer infected with the impurity of ignorance. What about those enlightened persons? Abhitaha Brahma Nirvanam Vartate. There's a third time in 3 verses. Brahma Nirvanam Vartate. For those enlightened persons, Brahma Nirvanam is Vartate. They gain. Actually, here Sri Krishna doesn't say they gain Brahma Nirvanam. He said that it already is. Vartate is that which already is. So those enlightened ones have already extinguished their individual identities, and they have already identified themselves with the truth of who they are, which is ultimately Brahman. They have already been extinguished into Brahman, already absorbed in Brahman. And here Sri Krishna says, Abhitaha, now, here and now. Absorption in Brahman is near is a fine conventional translation, but we're refining all of this right now. So absorption in Brahman is not the best expression. It's the most common expression, but it lacks the precision of meaning, to be extinguished in Brahman. And near means now. They are already non-separate from Brahman. They have discovered that they are already non-separate from Brahman. And that's exactly what the last word means, Vididatmanam. Viditatma, many of you know that as the name of the current head of Arsha Vidya Gurukulam, Vididatmananda, his name. So Viditatma is one for whom Atma is Vidita known. So one Viditatmananda is one who is Ananda because Atma is Vidita, known. That's how his name is to be understood. But here, we're talking about the enlightened ones, Sri Krishna says, those enlightened ones who are established in Brahma Nirvanam. Why? Abhitaha, right now, they are already established in Brahman. Why? Vididatmanam, because they know their true nature. Vidita Atma, for those enlightened people, Atma, the true self, is Vidita, known as Brahman. Look at this. One whose true self, Atma, is known to be Brahman. That's the revelation of the Mahavakya, right? Tat Tvam Asi. Atma Tvam Tat Brahma Asi. You are that. You are that Brahman. The enlightened ones have discovered that their true nature is already that Brahman. Therefore, Brahma Nirvanam Vartate, they are already extinguished in that Brahman. Okay. Now, we get a little appendix, as it were, for the chapter. Appendix, not the organ in the body, but rather something added on to the end of a text. Let's see what's happening here. Really speaking, the subject matter of chapter 5 came to an end with that prior verse. Now with verse 27, we see a different subject matter. See if you can figure out what's going on here. I'll explain it afterwards. Sparshan kritva bahir bahyan, sparshan kritva bahir bahyan, chakshush chaivantare bhruvoho, chakshush chaivantare bhruvoho, pranapanau samau kritva, pranapanau samau kritva, nasabhyantaracharinav, nasabhyantaracharinav. You glanced at the meaning. What is our subject matter now? Yeah. By the way, what is the next chapter? Next chapter is Dhyana Yoga, Dhyana meditation. So we're finishing the 5th chapter. The 6th chapter is on meditation. And what Sri Krishna does here is he's giving us in English we call it a sneak preview. It's like when you go to the movie theater and you see the trailer. So this is the last 3 verses are a sneak preview or a trailer for what you will see in chapter 6. So we get this, and Sri Krishna begins. Sparshan. Sparsha means that which you perceive. And you have to connect it with the last word, bahyan, external. Bahyan sparshan, things that you perceive outside, which means things that you see, hear, smell, taste, or touch, sense objects. So all those external perceptions, sense perceptions, bahihi kritva, bahir kritva, making them outside, keeping them outside. To keep sense objects outside means to withdraw your attention from your senses. So one of the first steps in meditation is sit in a quiet place to withdraw hearing. Close your eyes. You withdraw the power of sight. So that's what he's saying here. In a very simple sense, you first withdraw from external sense objects. Then what do? Chakshus, your chakshuhu eva antare bhruvo here. Here, chakshu doesn't mean eyes, but your sense of sight, your faculty of sight. And here, faculty of sight. Or you could actually physically mean eyes, no problem here. We'll take it simply. Physically, your eyes should be kritva, fixed or made, where antare, in between, bhruvoho, in between your brows, brew. You have one brew, second brew. You figured out that brew means eyebrow. So fix your gaze between the eyebrows, or fix your attention on a spot between your eyebrows. Prana apanao samao kritva. Prana, inhalation. Apana, exhalation. Samao kritva, making them balanced, making them equal. And nasa abhyantara charinao, the inhalation and exhalation, which is chari, which moves. Nasa abhyantara, within your nasa, your nostrils. So here Sri Krishna is giving some very basic instructions on meditation. And what we're going to do here, since we're at the end of chapter 5, we're not going to go deeply into this teaching yet. Why don't we just wait till we get into chapter 6? When we get into chapter 6, we get into all these subject matters in great detail, so I'm not going to describe it in great detail here. So here we'll just take it, Sri Krishna is simply giving some preliminary meditation instructions to close your eyes, to turn your attention away from external sense objects, to fix your attention on a spot between your eyebrows, to regulate your inhalation and exhalation as it flows through your nostrils. This verse continues, this sentence continues in the next verse. Yatendriyamano buddhir, yatendriyamano buddhir, munir moksha parayanaha, munir moksha parayanaha, vigate chabhaya krodho, vigate chabhaya krodho, yasada mukta hevasaha, yasada mukta hevasaha. Start in the second line. So who is performing this meditation practice? Here the word comes munihi. Muni you may also know as a sage. Sometimes it means one who keeps a vow of silence. But just as the word rishi has a conventional meaning as ancient sage, but has a root meaning as one who sees what others cannot see. In the same way, muni. Muni can mean sage. Muni can mean one who practices silence. But muni has a root meaning, which Sri Krishna is referring to here. Usually commentators will gloss muni as manana shila yasya, one who has the capacity for thinking. Manana shila, one who has the capacity to think deeply. So muni here means an intelligent person. And in our present context, muni is used to refer to the practitioner of meditation. So muni, an intelligent person who is practicing meditation, that muni who is moksha parayana. Parayana, who has as a goal, parayana, who has as a goal, what is the goal? Moksha, liberation. So notice a shift of context. 2 verses ago we were talking about an enlightened person. Not here. We're talking about moksha parayana, one who has a goal, that goal being moksha. So clearly we're talking about one who is not yet enlightened. The prior topic was on the nature of an enlightened person. Now we're talking about one who is on the path to enlightenment, and specifically one who is practicing meditation for the sake of enlightenment. So that muni, the best translation here would be meditator. It doesn't literally mean meditator, but in this context, muni here means meditator. That meditator who is moksha parayana, who is seeking moksha, who is seeking liberation, who is seeking enlightenment. What about that meditator? First line, yata indriya Manas and buddhi. We have to break the words apart. One whose indriyas, or sense organs, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, one who is indriyas, one who is manas, mind, and one who is buddhi, intellect. All three of these are yata controlled. So one of the basic principles, we'll see this starting with our next class. Actually, not the next class. Anyway, in the next chapter, we will see how a fundamental step of preparation in meditation is to bring your senses, mind, and intellect under control, to restrain them. We'll talk about this at great length in the next chapter. And further, that meditator is described as one who is vigata, Ichcha, bhaya, and krodha in the third line. That meditator who is vigata, free from Ichcha, desire, bhaya, fear, and krodha, anger. So this meditator is turned his or her attention away from worldly activities which involve Ichcha, desire, bhaya, fear, and krodha, anger. And this meditator has turned his or her attention within. And what about that meditator? Yaha. Such a meditator, sada muktaha eva saha. Saha, that meditator, nice expression. That meditator is sada muktaha. That meditator is always, the literal meaning, that meditator is always liberated. Now, two ways of understanding that. One is what we just described. What does it mean to gain moksha, to gain liberation, to gain enlightenment, to gain Brahma Nirvanam? We said before that you gain it in a figurative sense. You discover your true nature to already be that which you want to become. You discover that you already are that. Tat tvam asi. Already existent fact. So in that sense, the meditator is sada muktaha. But I'm not sure that's the sense in which Sri Krishna means it here. I think it's more in a figurative sense that in American English, we'd say the meditator is as good as enlightened. I think that's the sense of it. Sada, always, but figuratively speaking, that meditator is as good as enlightened because it's a serious meditator, a meditator whose senses, mind, and intellect are controlled, a meditator who is intent on moksha, a meditator who has withdrawn from worldly concerns and has turned his or her attention within. That meditator is sada muktaha, as good as enlightened, certain to become enlightened. Liberated, I think, is a good translation here. Leading us to the final verse of chapter 5. Bhoktaram yajna tapasam, Bhoktaram yajna tapasam, Sarvaloka Maheshwaram, Sarvaloka Maheshwaram, Suhridam Sarvabhutanam, Suhridam Sarvabhutanam, Nyatva Mam Shantam Rachati, Nyatva Mam Shantam Rachati. To understand this next verse, we need to understand the meditation technique taught by Sri Krishna in chapter 6. There are many meditation techniques. Those of you who have watched my videos on that course in meditation, you can count dozens of meditation techniques taught in that course. Of all possible meditation techniques, Sri Krishna chooses one particular meditation technique to teach Arjuna in chapter 6. We'll see that in great detail, starting with chapter 6, but we need to know what that technique is now to properly understand this verse. And what the technique Sri Krishna teaches Arjuna is for Arjuna to turn his attention within and turn his attention towards the inner self. And Sri Krishna says, turning your attention within, you will discover my presence within you. I'm putting words into Sri Krishna's mouth. Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, in meditation, turn your attention within to discover my divine presence inside you. That is the particular technique taught by Sri Krishna to Arjuna to appreciate that inner divinity. And Sri Krishna says the inner divinity is my presence within. And that is the technique being taught in chapter 6. With that in mind, we can make sense out of this verse, because this verse continues to talk about chapter 6 and meditation. Start at the very end of the verse. Fourth line, Jnatva mam. Jnatva, having known, mam, me. Having turned your attention within through the practice of meditation and discovering me, Sri Krishna says, within you, discovering the true nature of me within you. And Jnatva mam, what is the nature of Sri Krishna that you discover? Now go to the beginning of the verse. Discovering me, knowing me, how? As the bhoktaram yajna tapasam. As the bhoktaram, as the literally enjoyer. As the enjoyer, yajna tapasam. Of the enjoyer of the austerities involved in yajna. Yajna, as we discussed in chapter 4, is the fire rituals in which offerings are made into a sacrificial fire. Figuratively speaking, whatever you offer into that sacrificial fire is figuratively consumed by Ishvara, God of the cosmos. Figuratively. And that's what Sri Krishna says here. Whatever is offered into those ritual fires, he says, I am the enjoyer of those sacrifices. Bhoktaram yajna tapasam. So jnatva mam, knowing, having known me as the enjoyer of whatever is sacrificed into a ritual fire, and having known me, sarva loka maheshwaram, having known me as the Maheshwara, as the great Lord of sarva loka, of all beings, of all the worlds, and having known me as suhridam, as the friend, sarva bhutanam, of all creatures. So in three ways, jnatva mam, having known me. So through the practice of meditation, this is a third of these three verses at the end of chapter 5, which form an introduction or a preview of the practice of meditation. We'll see in chapter 6. Jnatva mam, knowing me through the practice of meditation. Knowing me by turning your attention within to discover me within you, to discover Sri Krishna within as the enjoyer of whatever is sacrificed into a ritual fire, as the great Lord of all people, and as the friend of all beings. Knowing me thus, through the practice of meditation, shantam ricchati. Ricchati, one gains shanti, of course. One gains peace by discovering Sri Krishna's presence within you as the enjoyer of offerings, as the Lord of all people, and as a friend to all creatures. We will discuss all of this in much more detail in chapter 6. And I want to keep my comments here short so that we have opportunity at the end of today's class to review chapter 5 And what we've been doing at the end of each chapter is reviewing the chapter, making use of this English translation. This English translation, you remember, I composed English verses that follow the meter of the original Sanskrit, and that allows us to chant the English in the same way as we chant the Sanskrit. It's also an abbreviated or condensed version of the verses in the chapter, so this gives us a nice, easy way to get the overview, the big picture of chapter 5, and this will be a nice way to conclude our class today and conclude our study of chapter 5. Remember chapter 5, Sannyasa Yoga. We discussed 5 different meanings for sannyasa, and we saw several other topics coming in. We saw Sri Krishna referring to 2 of those 5 kinds of sannyasa as forms of karma yoga. I'm not going to go back and discuss all that again. And we also saw, well, we just saw at the end of the chapter, the topic shifting from karma yoga and sannyasa. The topic shifts to spiritual wisdom and enlightenment at the end of the chapter. You'll see that as we recite these verses. First, you can listen and repeat so that you remember how we chant, and then we can chant the rest of the verses together. So first verse, listen and repeat. Arjuna said, you praised renunciation first. You praised renunciation first. Then karma yoga you extolled. Then karma yoga you extolled. Which is the better of these 2? Which is the better of these 2? O Krishna, tell me what is best. O Krishna, tell me what is best. You remember how to chant? So now we can we're not done. So now we'll recite the remainder of these verses together. Join me, please. The blessed Lord said, yoga and renunciation both can lead to the supreme goal, but of the 2, the best for you is karma yoga's active path, renouncing all for wisdom's sake. The same is gained through yoga too. Following either properly, one can obtain the fruits of both. The renounced life is difficult if yoga is not practiced first. Through yoga, one is purified, mastering one's senses and mind. Knowers of truth will think like this. I don't do anything at all, even while seeing or touching, eating, walking, or talking too, giving up yearning for the fruits, knowing all works depend on God, they remain untainted by sin, which falls like dew from lotus leaves. All acts of the body or mind, or the senses or intellect, will help to purify oneself if attachment is given up. Through this knowledge renouncing works, the wise are self-controlled, content. In bodies of 9 gates they dwell, neither acting nor causing acts. The inner self is not the cause for action or for agency, nor for the fruits of any work. These all take place naturally. Those whose ignorance of the self has been destroyed, then unto them knowledge, like the dazzling sun, reveals supreme reality. they discern the very same self in a learned and cultured priest, or in a cow or elephant, or a dog eater, not rejoicing when pleasures come, nor cowering in woeful times, with minds unclouded and steadfast. Knowers of God abide in God, such sages purified of sin, self-controlled, unfettered by doubts, rejoicing in the good of all. They attain utmost peace in God. That concludes our overview of chapter 5. And when we meet next week, we'll begin our study of chapter 6, Dhyana Yoga. A couple of quick announcements here. Tomorrow we have our usual satsang question-answer session at 6 p.m. If you're planning to come, you can email me a question in advance or ask a question at satsang itself. Also, I want to thank all the volunteers who stayed back last week to help finish the gardening project. Everything looks great. Thank you very much. Also, I just wanted to mention, at the end of last week's class, I mentioned that I would be publishing a new video, a video on Advaita versus Bhakti, and reconciling the two, showing how Bhakti is not just compatible, it's essential for one who pursues non-duality. Well, that video was published just a few days ago. Already it has like 18,000 views. So many people are watching that, and it's rewarding as a teacher to see so many people interested in that. If you're not accustomed to using YouTube, go give it a try. Just go to YouTube and search on my name, and you'll find all the videos. So just nice to see that happening. Okay, that's last of our announcements. We'll conclude with our closing prayers. Om Gananahan Tva Ganapatigam Havamahe Kavinam Hupamashravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspatahana Shrinvan Utabasida Sadhanam. Om Mahaganapataye Namaha. Ishvaro Gururhatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavad Vyapta Dehaya Dakshina Murtaye Namaha. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramhanandam Ande Jagat Guru. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha Sarve Santu Niramayaha Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschad Dukha Bhagvavet. Asato Ma Satgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Tat Sat. Om.
We're more than just a supermarket at Super Quality. Want organic food, storage solutions, and toys for the kids? We've got that and so much more. Come to Super Quality Supermarkets, located at Twin City, Shigonas, and Vancouver. For more details, call 223-9715.
बोलिए लाडली लाल की जय। श्रीमद् सद्गुरु सरकार की जय। एष वै भगवान् साक्षात्